So, let's get on. I think we are about to go into, the Dutch Grand Prix. Now, the board are attending the race. So we get a confidence boost or decrease based on what they say, which will be interesting. So we kind of want a decent result here. As we're doing this in practice, I'll talk you through some of the stuff that we've got through so far. As usual, let's get F1 set up. So we have been continuing our process this season of what we do is we stick in Flörsch, who is now a 62. Remember, she was a 58 when she joined us at the beginning of the season. In for practice, we do have a slight restart condition, which is if she absolutely stacks it and creates damage to the car that is going to cause a problem in the race, we will restart practice. But if she just does like destroys a front wing or something, we won't. So she is going to drive for us in practice. We are now at the position of the season where we're basically milking parts. We can't afford to upgrade any of the parts on Kevin Magnussen's car, because if we do, we're going to run out of cost cap for doing research, and we really need to do research. So that is why we're having to be very careful with what we do on his car. We have bought a new engine and new ERS for Lando. So as long as we spread the love around in terms of his parts, we will be reasonably competitive to the end of the season on his parts. Which, given that we're not doing any current season car dev because of the upcoming regulation changes, is quite critical. So let's try these settings. So that sets our car up. We've done our pace. We'll go down one and we take it easy on the RS. Extra lap to make sure we get the feedback. Car parts we've changed. Then we do the car setup on this, which should be, as a starting point, exactly the same. So after this, I think we have 10 races left of the season after the Dutch Grand Prix. I think. 6-4, 3:15. Couple of extra laps, because we can bring them in early, and we will bring them in early. We'll bring them in the moment they hit 5 feedback. But there's nothing worse than you being just short on laps and you're getting to like 4 feedback. Now you can see he's got a much better parts range because he's got the extra ones. We took the grid penalty in an earlier race. So we're running on broken, or rather damaged parts for practice, and then we just change them out for races. I think we can probably get away with that for one more race, one more practice, a full set of practices. We will see. Driving options is good, car parts is good, run plan is done. Save the game because we don't want to set all of that again if Sophia absolutely stacks it. Partial stacking it we don't mind. Well, Kevin does because it gets him race penalties, but we don't. I've run parts safety to 0 in practice. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty certain that essentially whilst you get a performance drop off, I don't think they've got explodiness wired into the game. So I generally have been running them down to under 10 and then kind of leaving it at that. And welcome to the stream, Wavens. The other thing that you really need to remember to do in practice is to do this. And for her, we add don't fight teammate. That significantly reduces wear in practice. Significantly. Now, I want to explain this. I would like them maybe to add not a large, but a small risk of part explodiness. I'd like reliability to be more of a thing than it is. Wavens, thank you very much for the follow. I'd like reliability to be more of a feature than it is in the game at the moment. But I appreciate that that's a really hard thing to balance. But I'd also think that would make engine decisions over engines more interesting. And also maybe you don't, as part of your research then, just as much as you're worried about weight, you're worried about, you know, the more, if you make some more outlandish aerodynamic changes, you know, if you go full Adrian Newey, you might get better performance, but you might also decrease your reliability. But we will see. So we get them up to 5. That gets our feedback up then. But she is coming along quite nicely now. We've got the training centre on 20. And I think we're going to get our 5 in before the rain starts, which is good. Track details are, it's going to come up to that. Once again, we have 0 opportunities to know what this actually means, but I am upgrading the weather centre. I guarantee you they're still not going to add a y-axis value. Because that's just apparently way beyond the knowledge range of my advanced technical staff in the weather centre. Right, he's on great. Let's get you in. Let's get you in. Track dampness is at 30.33, so that's 0.33. Right, well, if that's 0.33, somewhere up there is going to be 0.1. So by the time we've done all of our parts changes, we will be in a fine position, I think. It's going to be wet. So it's going to be definitely going to be wet in some way. Now, someone on YouTube comments, which I thought was a good one, pointed out that actually they've spotted that generally speaking, the "do I need wet tyres" marker is whether it's predicted to get over this line, the orange line, which is essentially grip. So I will be interested to see in this practice, because it's going to be a good example, is everything under that line going to work out as intermediates? Because if everything under that line works out as intermediates, and this never changes as a relative, well, if that's the case, it's going to make it a hell of a lot easier for us to predict what this actually means. Because wets is always 0.4, is always 4 millimeters of water. That's the track transition point. So does this equate to 4 millimeters of water? So theoretically, if that's correct, we're going to get close to that. Peak at about, let's say, 3.8, which is going to remain as officially damp. And then this is going to be wet. Right, well, if your theory is correct and it's roughly the height of the cursor, it's going to be there. Would be 1. Which would play out, roughly. But we'll see. Both got up to 5 before it started raining, so that's perfect. So we can do some changes. That car did not sound healthy. So he's on optimal, good, great, optimal. That's an 86, so we would want to upgrade that anyway. That's Lando. So we go 1, 3, 2, 3, 1. Find me a setup, computer. That says it suggests we go with 7.3. We drop to 3. And we drop right down to 55. Run plan can now be essentially nice and big. Whack some inters on, because by the time they've done all those changes, we'll hold him back and put him out when it gets wet, because we know it's going to put wet. Sophia, you are on a great, good, great, good, good. So allegedly 13, 5.5, and 0.65. Let's try that then. Back that up. No, up, not down. Tires, inters. Yeah, timings-wise, that worked out quite well for us. Yes, setup calculator. Yeah, feel free. For anyone who doesn't know about the setup calculator, it is absolute godsend if you're doing long running campaigns. Right, so that's changed to damp on that point there. Yeah, it would be roughly cursor height. That would be roughly cursor height. That is the one. F1setup.it. It's a brilliant site. Go, go. I wish there was some track remembrance year over year in game. 100% agree. I don't know if they've added that to F1 setup now, where you can remember your ones from the previous season. But yeah, it would be. The other thing I'd just really like in a quality of life way is I always start my races on that. Or I always start my practice sessions on slightly easing off on the tyres and harvesting. Just let me configure that as a default practice position. Like, it would be nice to be able to say my default going into a practice is that, so you didn't have to just keep setting that every single time. How are we looking on powertrain? Yeah, run down to 12%. We're okay. So we will run them to the end of the session now, because we're more concerned with building up the track knowledge. Essentially, either those changes are going to be good and we'll be fine, or one more set of changes will do it. And either way, we're going to have time to do that, even if we go out and practice too. So Sophia's got her extra development point, which is great. That's what we need from her. There's a car stopped in turn 3.
Just take every precaution.
Sophia, is it you? Let's pray not.
Looks like the grade's clearing up. Yeah, go.
No, guess we're not going to find out who's stopped in turn 3. Take Alonso's example. It's like he's never run a race on Monaco before.
Let us know about track conditions.
Yeah, the other thing I'd quite like is, even if it just... I get why they do it. I do genuinely get why they do it.
Balance check.
No, it's actually not worth bringing them in here.
Okay, roger.
As long as the temperature doesn't get stupid on these tyres, we're going to leave them out.
How's the balance? Yeah, happy. Okay.
Temperature is getting high, so let's go with conserve. See how long we can keep them out for. Because if we bring them in, they're really going to struggle to get more. It's not really going to deliver a lot of value. We're better off leaving them out, because how this works, you see it's a graph that curves upward. The longer they are out, the quicker they draw track awareness. It would make P1 and having a rookie reserve run, and it'd make more sense if you had a vet in car 1. Yeah, that's the thing, is if they did retain some level of track knowledge. I mean, maybe you could even just say it's like 10% per season. And you give some drivers a bit of an extra start. You could even arguably do a thing where, like they do with car parts.
And updates sometimes. What do they like?
Right, we're going to have to bring Soph in. But that's fine. She's done everything she can out there anyway. Is, like, just make it so that they retain a percentage of their track awareness. But at the end of the season, it says something like, oh, we have made minor changes to the track surface in Monaco, which means drivers there are going to have 40% less knowledge than they had already. That would work. We'll let him run down to 30 on the tyres. And then we'll bring him in. Right, let's get you in.
Doing a good job so far. How are the tyres?
Tyres are fucked, mate.
I got a lot of vibration. Understood.
Sophia got +1 point. Yeah, so from practice, the most you can get is 1 point. But that's still really useful. But yeah, so I'd like that. Yeah, so like the rule car changes at the end of the season. Yeah, just say like There have been minor changes to the surfaces in these six tracks, and therefore in these 6 tracks next year, any accumulated track knowledge will be reduced by 30%. Which is the sort of thing that does happen on a regular basis. Exactly. It's a real world justifiable thing. And I know people would say, oh yeah, but we don't see the layouts change. But you go, yeah, but maybe it's just they've relayed the tarmac. Even just relaying the surface can change the way a track feels to a race car driver. So they could even just say, like, surface work has happened in X stadiums this year. So she got her full development knowledge. You know, setup satisfaction's low, so we are going to need to change it again. He's on 93. We'll leave him. 93 is good. So what that means for P2... We've returned the hards. Yeah, pair of mediums is fine. Kev is back in the car. K-Mag's back in the car. He's on driver prep 83, but that will change because it's still counting that as Sophia's figure. Right, we are going to try and get him onto good setup, and we'll send him out for a bit. So K-Mag is now on 3, 2, 2, 4, 4. Which allegedly means 10, 14, 8, 2, 2, 7, 5, and right down to 10. Yeah, could work. Right, Kev, you can have 25 laps. Get those down. Chuck, you're going out for the full distance. And you're going to run on mediums. You are going to slam the fuel in that car, Chuck. Off you go, lads. So I'd like to not come out for practice 3. Or whether this year is different than last year would be some impact on race weekend, but still 100 to 0 makes no sense as is. Yeah, that's a good idea. You could turn around and do it so that you basically say the weather is different, and therefore that knocks a percentage off as well. Yeah, I really like that. Well, you could have it as a combo of all of those things. So you'd say, like, weather consistency makes, or weather changes make knock off 10%. And then sliding scale of actual track changes that knock off a rest. Maybe you knock off 50% by default, because you don't want to completely get rid of the need to go out. And then beneath 50, it's knocked off based on things. You could even add a driver skill, which is essentially track knowledge retention. So a driver that is high skill in knowledge retention has less of a drop-off from below 50% than anyone else does. Got to set those. But, I mean, they've iterated nicely with this year. Hopefully they'll iterate nicely with next year as well. We'll see how it goes. Right, how are you looking on track prep? 81. We probably will bring him in.
See some light grey.
Yeah, you're at 3. I don't want to bring you in until you get to 4, 5.
How is the track and how's the pace?
How's this going to look?
Just a bit wetter than earlier still.
Right, we can definitely test the wet tyres theory here, because that should peak out. I think we're going to... Do we bring Norris in? Come on, you can still get it. We are going to be sliding around like motherfuckers out there. But no one else is out there, so as long as we don't absolutely stack it, it's fine. Right, he's on optimal satisfaction. Now let's see where this peaks out. That's theoretical peak. Now that's 2.9, so that's still below where you'd go for track grip. But maybe that is 4, essentially. We're dropping, so I'm going to leave him out till it starts going up again. If it means Kev completes his full 30 laps, even better. And Noz's on 84. So if it's linear, there's 10 millimeters of range on the water graph. That's what I'm wondering. Is it linear? I'd like to know how many laps of his run there's left. I don't think I've found a way to see how many laps of his run is left. Major gearbox, yeah, we know that. I'll see if I can pause right on 2. Right, Kev's in. 88, right. Not quite, but that is 2. So theoretically, if that's entirely linear and it's a range from 0 to 10, then that should essentially be 1/5 of the whole thing. If that turns out to be the case, I'm 100% designing an OBS overlay that I can flick on, and you lot can tell me where our tire thing is. Because then at least I can ask you, chat, where the points are. Because obviously I've got the dashboard view, but it's small. So you essentially get to be my race engineers if that turns out to be true. So Nozza, how you looking? If he gets over, once he gets over 90, we'll call him in. Gets 91, I'll call him in. There's no point risking him. Oh, it's dropping. It's dropping. Stay out there, lad. Looks like about 1/4 of the overall, which is maybe linear. Well, what we need to do is next time we get a race that's got 2 millimeters of water, we pause and grab a screenshot, and you can do a direct comparison and see whether it's exactly the same point. Because it's not like we're going to be short on another wet race or 2. You might go over 95 here.
Yeah, confirm.
Go on, Nozza. 2 minutes. There you go, Noz. Good work.
Just low grip around.
Right, that should be everyone done.
That is the checkered flag.
So he's on a 91. That's nice. That gets him over 81, which is good. We're on 95. Okay, we're in a good position. We do kind of need a good result here, right? Practice 3. We're not sending you out on decent parts. I want to keep the double mediums, though, so we are going to ditch a pair of softs for this. Just give us a lap. Give us 3 laps. I tell you what, let's sort, because we're only going to send them out for this. Right, everyone is going on best parts for this because the board are here. Go on, K-Mag, you can have your remaining decent gearbox. And you can bust the cherry on your extra parts. You can see what I mean, by the way, in terms of how we're dropping off now. Because we've pushed everything into research already, and the other cars on the grid of improving things. Like, if you remember, we were a lot of the times we were running at first, second, or third in this early on in the season. So this is why we've been front-loading points, because I do think we're not going to score as many in the back end of the season. But our season objectives are still just to finish 4th, and we're currently in 2nd. So I would ideally like to finish 3rd, to be honest. Stop the board doing too many good predictions, because we are going to have to get Sophia into a race car at some point. So you're on 3, give yourself 3. So that's just an interesting one because it gives us rough race pace. I mean, hang on. Did I just tell me I was going to get a penalty on car 2 though? Oh, probably because we're using our extra bits. That's fine. I reckon Norris can fight it back. YOLO. Got to do it at some point. Might as well do it now. He's going to get, what, a 10-place grid penalty? Because we've got 2 new parts on. I'd also like to be able to set which messages slow the game down and which ones don't. Because whilst I want to know if someone's crashed, I don't need to know if someone's moaning, slow down, if someone's bitching a little bit about tyre wear. Penalty for new parts. Yeah, we bought an additional engine and an additional ERS for Lando. And you take the penalty not when you buy them, but when you equip them. But by equipping them in both in the same race, what we're doing is essentially stacking our double penalty on the same race, rather than taking it over multiple races. Yeah, exactly that, Rope Trick. It causes a grid penalty. I think it's +5 positions. So if we qualify in first, we'll still be top 10, as Nozza. I think more likely is that we qualify in something like 3rd. But we'll see. Might screw our sponsor bonuses, but it's my own fault if it does. With any luck, we might have to push for qualifying on Mags. He's got the best parts he can on his car, so it's not the end of the world. There is a good chance he can get top 10 at least. What race are we on? We are in Holland. You can tell by how you can see the Zand. Yeah, yeah, look, yeah, yeah, that is. All over there. There's basically no point us going out for more than that. We're good enough on all of these that it would just be the damage we'd be doing to the car parts would eclipse any benefit we get from doing anything else. Yeah, it's this bit, isn't it? So that's sped us through practice. I'd also just like an ability at the beginning of a practice to say, simulate, but don't send my cars out. Because if I'd gone simulate, the AI would have sent my cars out multiple times on different tyres just to really fuck me off. Right, qualifying. Yeah, so after this we've got 10 races left, I think. Yeah, we've got a good starting confidence. That's nice.
Welcome to qualifying. Let's find.
You're going to simulate accurate race conditions by setting off a flare next to your desk. I don't think my books would like that. Right, softs. Parts are equipped. Flying lap. Save, go. Right, it's no rain, it's dry all the way through. So we just want to watch for an opportunity to go out. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Right, we're going there. Fucking way, Gasly. Right, it should be enough to get us through. Take it K-Mag is sacrificing practice time to Flörsch. Yeah, he is. Yeah, you can only do it in P1, but he is. Right, that's good news, because that means if we put mags on fresh softs for P2, for Q2, he should make Q3. And Norris should make it on used softs. Maybe, maybe not. Soon find out. No, it'd be really nice is if when you hovered over this, it would tell you exactly what your grid penalty was going to be. But no. Right. Lando. Use those. K-Mag, you can run on fresh. Let's go. Jesus, that's a large helicopter. That must be a Chinook. No rain. Let's watch for the opportunity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Strolls out. Right, Russell. Watch Russell. Right, Russell's starting his fast lap. We're coming out. Oh, not quite a clear run. Good enough. That might be good enough for Magnussen. Not convinced. We'll see. So many quality of life improvements. As long as they keep making a few quality life improvements each year, I don't mind. Be interesting text for next season. Use all the engines, gearboxes first time race and then buy new ones for practice only and see if that would actually inflict a penalty if you didn't use them during races. It does, because I actually tested that this season. I bought those engines in P2 2 races ago just because I realised we got the money and I didn't want to forget. And I wanted to see if it would still give me the penalty for buying them but not using them, or whether it would leave the grid penalty until later, because I'd already picked up a grid penalty for something else. So I was like, well, I might as well test it now, because worst case, I'm just losing a few more places on the grid. So yeah, it does respect that it's essentially once you take them out of the bubble wrap and stick them on the car. Right, now Maggers, we're not going to use another set of softs because I want 2 sets of softs from the race for the race. I'd really like it as well if just before Q3 you could at least see what your race strategy is likely to be, so I could work out at this point whether it was whether I was only going to use 1 pair of softs, in which case I might as well sacrifice another set of softs to qualifying, or not. And the problem is I don't know. So we're going to have to run him on used softs, because I can't risk not having 2 sets of softs for the race. Whereas at least Noz has got a fresh pair of softs he can put on, and we can still keep 2 because we were able to race them on the lesser tyres. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I reckon that's probably a decent time to go. Yeah, I think we timed that right. Should get a clear run. Yeah, if K-Mag can get above 8th, I'll be happy. He might hold 5th or 6th here, you know. Leclerc should get faster. Not that much faster. That is perfect. That means we're definitely not losing our sponsor bonuses, even with the grid penalty. Now, I think it should be a 10-place penalty, because I think it's 5 places per part. But let's see. Nick DeVries' agent like this grid. Yeah. He's screenshotting it. Oh, it's a 19-place grid penalty. Nice. Norris starting from the back. With the sponsors in the stands. Right, well, we're going soft, medium, soft then. Or do we? Do we go soft, medium, soft and try and roast our way up the grid? Or do we go mediums on the basis we're going to be dealing with the back markers first, who are faster than anyway? I think it might be mediums. We go mediums, overfill the car, and try and roast our way up the grid. And then we do double softs at the end. I think for... Red Bull always have Perez go long when he inevitably ends up in this situation. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of going long, no. I mean, K-Mag goes soft, medium, soft. We're definitely taking it. We'll take one extra bit of fuel for him. And you're going to be tight on that, so we're not going to pace you out. You're going to do fuel usage, but not pace mode. For Lando... we'll double fuel boost. You go ag. Do we want to just power up the grid? Or we start on mediums, and if there's a crash, we can come out on fresh mediums and go softs at the end. Hard soft? No. Hard soft's not useful. Like, we don't get that much more out of the hards than we do out of the mediums. So I think we go... I think we go medium, soft, softs, and we rely on the car's power, because we're running better engines. We should be on a better engine than everyone else from the start point on this. Fuck it, YOLO. Oh, hold up. We didn't check for rain. Nope, dry all the way through. YOLO. Let's see what Lando can do from 20th, chat. This could be his greatest moment or his biggest disaster.
Here we go. It's the Dutch Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
See, again, this is another quality of life thing. I want Lando to start on high aggression. I want him to use ERS battle assist. I don't want Kevin to do battle aggression. I don't want him to fight his teammate. And I do want him to use battle assist. Just let me set those things as a default, because I shouldn't have to pause the race and destroy the immersion the moment it starts just to set a bunch of instructions. Found hard cutting fuel is actually better. 5 to K at 7 kilometers down, and then use conserve if needed. Yeah. I mean, I use a bit of a mix of those two, because what I will probably do is still run long on it. So I will drop that down. We will drop that down still to about -1, 2. ERS battle assist sounds like it should definitely be an RPG feature. Yeah, it's something from like the Trails series, definitely. Right, Nozza. What can you do from back there?
It's time to try and start overtaking cars in front.
Confirm.
Don't get taken out by a fucking Alpha Tauri. Assume everyone else is on softs. There's some mediums in there. De Vries and Albon going along then. Come on, Nozza.
Virtual safety car deployed. Virtual safety car deployed.
Who fucked up?
And
Oh.
on that delta.
Shocker.
Confirm.
Least surprising thing ever. So who nudged who?
We've had Shea. We have Deb.
Now here we are at the final corner. Clearly unable to take evasive action.
Bonk.
Thankfully, though, they come.
Bonk. Yeah, we should be harvesting, really. Harvest. Doesn't. I've noticed it doesn't actually matter if you set conserve on the fuel, because it only uses a certain amount of fuel anyway, but we'll stick on the tyres. Should be the race control ending. Should be VS ending. Give me an end. That's nice in interval turns. If Norris does his job properly, he should climb that fast. Go on, Noz. Come on, virtual safety car. We got racing to do. He went into a sand trap. He didn't cause any trouble.
And
Here we go.
car is ending.
Okay, confirm.
DRS enabled.
If you think about this, this is a virtual safety car. Yeah, it is. I'm going to leave tyres on standard at this point. Push, deploy, deploy. Leave you on tyres standard. You've got the extra fuel. Go.
Press overtake.
Yeah, confirm.
Give me some positions, Norris.
So we are low on battery at the moment.
Copy.
K-Mag having a nice fight with Stroll.
So BSC. Stay on that delta.
Copy.
Who went out this time?
Got a car stopped on track. There's debris all over.
That's not looking.
Oh, Charles. What you done, Charlie boy? Smack. Bonk. Also, there should be an option to unbleep swearing.
And not much that the team can do about that one.
Well, that's good news, because Charles would have been a threat. Car clipped into the ground, yeah. Yeah, Charles Leclerc eliminated based on a graphics card glitch. Problem is, this is cutting into our time for clearing, but it is also theoretically keeping them close.
Virtual safety car ending.
There we go. Let's pause. Deploy. Deploy. Mag's doing God's work up there, given his car is nowhere near as well powered. Right. Don't get fucking done by Piastri.
Now the focus is on Lando Norris here. It's certainly inviting.
Bye-bye.
And Lando...
Yeah, Leclerc is completely out. Charles Leclerc is completely out. You got him, you got him, you got him. Ah, not quite. Get him on the next DRS. There we go. And Bottas.
Look at the McLaren driver here. It's there for the taking.
Didn't get Bottased, which is good.
And the McLaren there with a beautiful manoeuvre.
That's up into the points. Oh, go on, don't get... Yeah, there you go.
Now we should be able to take a look here. So here we go, heading into turn 1. The opportunity begging to be taken.
Bottas's Duffman this weekend was legendary. I think those virtual safety cars have actually helped us. Right, Verstappen just pitted. Did he? Am I right in thinking he just pitted? He did. He's onto his medium stretch. He's gone... He's pitted early for mediums. Did he rag his tyres? Or is he going soft, medium, medium? Lockup. Yeah, you normally get a notification for a lockup though, don't you? Oh, look at that. Sneaky. Come on, Norris, you can get him. Oh, Nozza. You can get him. Now, obviously, Norris has got a pit. Magnussen, you're in next lap. Right, Magnussen, you're in. You go into mediums. Yeah, Alcon was not helpful there. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. Yeah, you got him. Don't let him back in. Yeah, you got him. He might try a dive on us. Because he'll get DRS. Let's see if we can break him.
An overtake is available.
I can't go aggressive because we need the... Actually, I don't want to break him away, do I? We can DRS chain. We can get some minutes.
Works now.
Copy.
If he gets past, we'll draw a DRS off of him again. He's trying for it.
Sorry about that.
Bonnie!
Traffic on exits.
You're fucking up Magnussen's pit stop. Right, that's all good. Yeah, we're falling back on them, but I mean, if we can podium, I'll be happy. Verstappen's flying, so Verstappen will take us. Push. Might as well. Verstappen absolutely flying now, the little shit. But we do have our 2 soft stretches to come and no one else does. It's worth remembering we did order that on mediums. And we're out in 11th. We can afford to push on these tyres a little bit. Right, now we won't because we're over temperature.
Let's see what happened there. Now this happened as they arrived at turn 12. The opportunity's there,
See you later, Stroll.
and as a result,
K-Mag's on don't fight instructions, so yeah, he'll let him pass. That's good. That's in the red. We can run him down a bit. We'll go 0.8. So we are gaining slightly on Verstappen now. He's presumably still on his mediums. Yeah. So we're going to have a soft tyre battle with Verstappen. He'll win it. I think we're on for 4th, if nothing else. 20th to 4th, I'll take. Ooh, hello, baby. Who was it? Oh, was it it was Verstappen, wasn't it? It's going to be Verstappen. Wait, is that an actual safety car? Is that a full safety car? Pit for mediums. Both drivers. Lando can't stretch softs that far, but we could pit for mediums on both drivers. We've got another set. I wish it'd tell you on here the estimated pit stop time. I think we'll easily make that back. Like, we can do end of race on mediums for both drivers. Usually around 24 seconds for race and 12 for safety car, roughly. I think we're going to do it. I think we do it. Annoyingly, they're close together. But yeah, look, we've got the spare mediums. And this is why I sent us out on softs for that extra practice. Most people won't have a full set of mediums because they'll have practiced on mediums. So even if everyone else pisses, AI might go hard. So the only one this season who seemed to have good tyre wear is the Red Bulls, and one of the Red Bulls clearly has just fucked up and the other one is out. 9-second gap, easy enough to double stack. Yeah, I reckon it is, isn't it? I think we're doing this, chat. Yeah, everyone else is coming in as well anyway.
Yellow flag now.
So what happened? Oh, K-Mag. Oh! Ho, ho, ho. Verstappen just slapped a Schumacher.
The crew in the garage could do nothing but watch on.
Oh, look at that. You can't tell me Verstappen didn't take damage to that car in that as well. He's stretching oh, they're stretching softs. Verstappen can pull that off. That Red Bull is really good on soft tyres this year. Right, we're going to drop to speed 1. Because... Are we good on all of this? We're harvesting.
Copy.
We're going to go to balance. Oh no, we go conserve. Yeah, we'll stake on conserve. If he goes avoids curbs, he may be able to stretch such loss. Honestly, we've noticed it in many other races. Their tyre wear is really good. And Verstappen's good on tyres anyway. I am going to go get some wine before this safety car comes in. But we'll get to the point where it's about to come in. One more lap, I reckon.
How's the team?
They'll warm up, mate, don't you worry.
It's still low.
Now, here's the question. Do we use K-Mag to hold up the field? Do we flip him to ultra defensive for briefly? Try and gap the front 4. I think we go K-Mag. K-Mag's on Eddie Irvine duty here. Yeah. K-Mag, you're going to need to shithouse for us. K-Mag, you're going to need to shithouse. Get another lap of it, are we? Yeah. It's got to come in this lap, surely. Feel like they'd probably pull away anyway. Yeah, probably. But we've got him set to not fight Norris anyway, so... Essentially, we don't need him to do it for long. But actually, if I just untick that, so that we don't have conflicting orders... You're going to be on push. You're going to be on push. Deploy, deploy. Nozza is good on tyres, so we're going to push him onto attack. Right, I think I've set everything. I'm going to go grab wine, and then we'll do this. Spike! Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed the Naval Memorial. The U-boat is great as well, yeah. So that's up in Kiel, for those wondering. Very well, much worth a look. Right, 1 second, I'm going to grab wine, and then we will see if we can get something out of this race. Okay. We've set everything, haven't we? So the question here is going to be whether Verstappen's got extra damage that he's carrying. And whether we can stretch. I think we've got a shot at podium here, you know.
Overtake is available.
So safety car will be in this lap.
Here we go. Watch for the line. Race from the line, lads. Race from the line.
Leader has control.
Go, 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 go. Right, this is a quick guide to whether Verstappen's car's fucked or not. No, he's moving well. Verstappen, if you could drive into the back of one of those Ferraris, I'd be really grateful. Why not both? Yeah, I mean, you know, take both of them out if you want, V. No, he's making those softs count at the moment. Just give me and keep me in range long enough to get DRS. If we get one burst of DRS out of this, we'll be fine, but we might fall back too far. Go on, Verstappen. Just give him a nudge. You know you want to. Just give him a little tap, little kiss. Little lover's kiss. Nah, they've dropped us. Oh, well, it's fine for now. Shall we take Magnussen off of defensive driving, given how much he's absolutely shithoused Ocon already? If Ocon gets past him, we'll take him off the defensive. Problem is they're all DRSing each other like a champ, so
DRS enabled.
they will be anyway. Look, watch. They'll pull away even more now. It's like a kid built a Hot Wheels track, yeah. Right, Ocon should finally be able to take Magnussen now. Right, the moment he slides past him, we'll take Magnussen off defensive.
So we are low on battery at the moment.
Copy.
Neutral, neutral. We'll keep him on neutral because the battle assist is probably more useful now. We have pulled right up on Verstappen, though. Tyres are roasting. Let's drop you down on temperature on tyres.
Just be careful with this tyre.
We're getting DRS now.
Yeah, confirm.
Okay, mate.
That's the fastest lap. On mediums. Go on, Verstappen. Just give him a little bit of a hug. Just nudge his tyres. Just remind him you're there. Teach him a lesson, Verstappen. I think Perez is holding Verstappen back. I think you're probably right, to be honest. What's the tyre wear like? I mean, we'll have better legs, but Verstappen is going the distance on the softs. I can't see him pitting again. Question: why did you switch to mediums after the safety car? So by switching to mediums after the when the safety car was out, I lose less time doing a pit stop while the safety car is out because the safety car is holding up traffic. So the first thing I did was take a look and go, is there a tyre we can get onto now that's going to take us to the end of the race? Because if so, we'll have saved probably cumulatively about 10 to 15 seconds over doing our original strategy. And therefore, that's why we pitted for mediums, because the small, slight speed knockoff we were going to get from switching to mediums was way less than the extra time we were going to save from the fact that we had a theoretically faster pit stop. Sometimes people risk pitting under VSC. Yeah, I mean, that's a bigger gamble. But if you're already, say, within your pit window, then pitting on a VSC is not a bad idea. What we should actually be doing is watching for Verstappen on curbs. He's going for him. He's got him. Right, can we take Perez? Perez, you're not going to stand for that. Whack him in the back. Give him a nudge. Show him who's boss. Do some deploy.
Press overtake.
Yeah, fine.
How much of an improvement is this over 22? I'm still enjoying Season 2 of my 22 game. It is an improvement. Is it a step change improvement? To my mind, no. But it's absolutely worth, when you see it on in a few months on a big sale, that's the time to upgrade, I would suggest. Ocon must be fucking fuming. Perez went for him. Magnussen is shithousing like a champ. Kev, good work. Look at the absolute traffic jam Magnussen has created back there. I hope next year the game adds in F1 Academy drivers. So, obviously we're doing a female champion run because Sophia Flörsch is the only driver in the game, female driver in the game. I highly recommend the mod that adds more female drivers. We will do a run after this run using that. And doing an all-female team. I've not decided who with yet. I'll probably put it to chat vote, either Aston Martin or maybe Williams if we want to go a super hard run. But yeah, on race department, you want the W Talents mod, which is this one. You play on PS5, so no mods. That's a shame. Well, you'll get to watch us do it. And doing what I'm doing now, which is essentially take on Sophia as a reserve driver when you get the chance.
Every chance here.
Oh, Maggers! Maggers, you still get a medal. And you know what? Go neutral. Now try and take him.
Here's the replay. Now we're watching Esteban Ocon here.
There are mods.
They decide
Yep.
to give it a go.
There's mods for 22 as well. If you look on race department. It's fucking queue of traffic.
And Esteban Ocon is able to climb up the pack.
He is not going to be a popular man in the paddock. K-Mag driving the safety car. And that's one of the nice additions, by the way, to this year, is that you can actually set instructions like defend approach and all of that. Look, Magnussen defended that for like, he held everyone up for, what, 7-8 laps? I'm not going to criticize him. He gained us a 15-second gap on Ocon. Right, let's run fast for a bit. If we get lucky, we'll get a podium here. Yeah, you get him, Magnussen. Oh, we got Perez. I'd imagine that's going to turn into a bit of a battle. But we're DRSing each other, so... Now, here's the question. We've got the tyres on them. We've got the tyres and the fuel. No, I don't want to be fighting Verstappen at this stage, though. I'd rather take Perez first. Oh!
Right then, we can take a look now. Here we are then looking at turn 12. There's the opening. And Lando says, well, thank you very much.
3 laps. Do we push the tyres? He's on 37. He's got to be avoiding curbs at this point. YOLO. Oh, we're already alongside him. Are we going for the double? 4 laps. Yeah, no, yeah, they are inclusive. Is Lando going for the double? Lando, you crazy bastard.
I'd like to have 100.
Oh!
Yeah, confirm.
Oh!
Let's have a look at that. Now the focus is on Lando Norris here. Can they squeeze by? And the McLaren there with a beautiful manoeuvre.
Now, if Russell can nibble at him and make him defend,
If you can, push.
give me some interval. That was a brilliant bit. Yeah, there's a reason we have re-signed Lando. He is the only driver in the game better than him now is Verstappen. Because the upside of us massively pushing on Race Simulator to get Sophia good has been that meant we've also essentially been massively upskilling Norris. If we hold this, if we get over a second, oh, do we drop the tyres?
Three laps to go.
Do we drop the tyres? If they go red, we're dropping them. It might have been charging. I'm not convinced. Thing is, that's such a good car, and they've been doing mid-season dev, and we haven't. If we can drop him. Deploy, drop him, drop him, drop him.
Can use overtake.
Drop him, because that's a DRS point. I don't think he got DRS. Yes, we dropped him. Right, I'm dropping down to standards.
We want to manage our tyre budget. 2 laps to go.
If he starts closing, we'll up the tyres again. That's the thing, is he's now having to defend Russell, who's got DRS, and he doesn't have DRS. I think we've got this. Chat. That's 20th to Thirst. This is the new camera view, by the way, which is quite cool. Who was that?
We've had a big crash here. So we've got a debris on the track.
Who was that?
Is everyone okay?
Yeah, copy. Driver okay.
It's more watchable than real helmet cam. Yeah, it is. Oh, safety car.
And here we've got a yellow flag.
Who was it? Oh. Bonk.
And for the crew watching on in the garage, that really must have been a hard one to take.
Is there an achievement for 20th to First? There fucking should be. I don't care that we're winning under safety car. We'd won this anyway. Shower attempts murder, yeah.
Safety car, safety car. Keep the belts positive.
Copy that.
Just try and keep as much temp as possible.
If I was Russell, I'd be fucking fuming.
Crash here. Reports of debris.
Fuel to neutral is fine, because they can't burn more fuel than they need to use, so they actually use far less fuel under a safety car anyway. Yeah, honestly, if I was Russell, I'd be absolutely fuming, because I reckon he had a good chance of taking Verstappen. And Norris gets a lovely drive through to try to cap it off, yeah. Did Hamilton get replaced? Hamilton has retired. Or he's about to retire. He lost a drive last year and now he's about to retire. Or he's already retired. Because I did look at him as an alternative if we were going to have to... If we were going to lose Norris, I was thinking maybe we go veteran. So it's not necessary to switch to conserve fuel and tyres under safety car. I don't think so. Tyres, maybe. Fuel, not. Because do you see how the fuel's been climbing up anyway? Oh, hang on. They're not going to end this safety car on the race, are they? We win this under safety car, don't we? Safety car protocols, it pulls in, but you can't overtake. Yeah, the missing name is Schumacher. That's a bit of a bug. Yeah, are we trusting the real-life protocol here? Let's not, shall we?
Time to push on these tyres.
I think it's just bad messaging. Because you can't race until the line anyway.
Okay, mate. Excellent job. Proud of yours. Well done.
So we have checkered flag now.
So it's P5.
Good job today, mate.
20th to 1st. Lando has the worst victory call. Yeah, it is. We went through the entire grid. We nailed the strategy on that. Absolutely nailed the strategy. We could not have done that any better. We're going to watch his podium because he deserves it.
Put in a great performance today.
Yeah, that's the thing is, I think we would have got 4th, 5th without the safety car. But that safety car was spot on when we needed it to be.
See this. The whole team celebrating this magnificent result. And after such a fabulous drive here today, it's no surprise to see this
Verstappen does not look happy.
Win number 5 is in the bag. They pulled out all the stops, pushing hard to earn that victory.
A sea of smiles all around. They're on top of the world here in Zandvoort.
Good evening, Pure My6.
Now,
Welcome.
Cameroon, with
How
that
you doing?
result in mind, what would they be feeling like down at McLaren?
So we could still get the WDC? Theoretically, yes, but in reality, I'd be very surprised. I think we should finish 2nd or 3rd, and then if we've compensated for the massive drop in research, we'll be good.
We now look ahead to the next round in Monza in Italy.
Monza next, kids. 19. And we got fastest lap. Paul BM, look for car liveries. There's some lovely car liveries, James. Yeah, and the board were present. So basically, we did last place to first place and fastest lap in front of the board. Game doesn't animate what Norris does with champagne on podiums. Literally unplayable. There's bound to be at least one Steam review of that. Holy shit, we just took him. Oh, we're joined. First on alphabetical motherfucking order. It might be Countback. It might also just be that our surname begins with N. Even K-Mag's in 6th. That's not bad. Oh, that's annoying. I kind of want us to finish 3rd. Every race matters with Lando. It does. Right, so actually it's probably a useful... This is good because I can recap where we are at with stuff. So. Sophia is our reserve driver. Oh, God, that's sexy, sexy sponsor bonuses. Filth. Absolute filth. It's showing a screen even though I'm not running the mod because I have got it installed because I've got a separate save going where I'm having fun with that mod. So to recap, we stopped all design on car parts back in May, and the reason we did that is because we have a massive regulation change coming at the end of the season that's going to knock 30 to 40% off of every single part. And normally I would have flipped roundabout sort of June anyway. But just after we discovered that that was announced, we had a design center fire that wiped out all car part development for 40 days. So essentially we've had to stop. Luckily we had a good car at the start of the season, but what could have been genuinely a championship run if we'd really pushed for it is now really a let's just get through this season with lots of research run. I didn't know that things like fires could happen. I think they've added a lot more in this one in terms of just little incidental things that can disrupt your season. So you get, I've had design center fire. You get a lot more like warnings that like something might be wrong with your wind tunnel, and you can choose to investigate it or not. And then it's a bit of a random event as to whether that turns into a bad thing or not. So they are gradually increasing the other bits. But let's see. Board confidence ×2 for successful result. I think they might like what we did there. Very silly beard. Saw a puncture. Yeah, if you get really low tires, you can get punctures now. It is quite rare. So to recap on our drivers, Sophia is our goal. We need to get Sophia to be world champion. That's the goal of this whole run. So she's come a long way. So we picked her up at the beginning of this season after she'd completed her 2 years in F3. She was a 58 overall rank when we picked her up. She's already put on 4 levels in this season, and we're gradually getting her up to a level. We've got her focused at the moment on really improving her cornering and braking. Like if I need them over 60. We can't have anything under 60 before we give her a race drive. We just can't. Do I always put her in for FP1? Yes. So K-Mag is essentially our veteran driver who is really just there to act as cover for Sophia. And as we saw with Norris, to shithouse on Norris's behalf. So essentially what we've got him with another year on his existing contract after this season. So essentially I don't think we put Sophia in at the end of this year. I do think we will have a question to ask when we get to the end of Kevin's contract. And we will see. Can you kill a driver 2 days? That's no death in the game. But what you can do is they're just going to absolutely trash your car, and their confidence will go down, and then they're even worse. Because she will crash in our practices at the moment occasionally. Lando, we have re-signed to a new contract. We had to give him 10 million quid more. So at the end of the season, he will be on 24 million for another 3 years. But we managed to keep his bonus target threshold low and his race target bonus as the same thing. So we'll still do all right on contract on sponsor money. That's frowned upon. Yeah, I mean, historically, if you go back, because there was a lot of drama in F1 when they first brought in... Wasn't Kimi? Was it Kimi? It's one of the Finnish drivers. When they promoted him up quite quickly, and essentially McLaren had to put him on almost like on a prompt probation contract with agreement from the FIA, and it was like, if he gets through the first 3 months, we will give him a full driver permission. I don't think it was Covey. Might have been Raikkonen. It was Kimi. Yeah, that's right. It's Kimi. Yeah, it was Kimi, but it was Sauber. You're absolutely correct. Thanks for that, guys. Yeah, he was 18, and they basically realised he was going to be good. And so they shoved him straight in an F1 car. In a way that, like, the next time you'd see that would really be with Hamilton. I think he scored points in his first race. I think he got 6th for Sauber. which at the time was you had to be 6 or above to get points. But welcome to the stream, both Twinkle Toes and J Porter Comedy. Welcome for the gaming and general F1 chat. Yeah, that was it. It was, wasn't it? It was sick. Fantastic race from him. I think he got slightly lucky. My memory of that race is hazy, and I'm showing my age now. I forget who went out, but he did pull a 6th. Which is not bad, really, if you're driving for Sauber and your very first race is like an 18, 19-year-old. Right, so that's the plan. That's what we're doing. Is I reckon we do another... I'm hoping, because we've got our facilities, our staff facilities... See, just give me some fucking warning that stuff needs refurb. Because our race simulator is fully maxed out. I'm hoping that if Sophia's up to over 70 overall by the start of the season after this one, I think we slam her in car 1. If she's not, we'll have to think about whether we can sign on another driver for another year. Kimi's career was more like Max. The issue wasn't so much the age as a complete lack of any real lower Formula 1 experience. Yeah, exactly. It was he hadn't done any of the lower... Because he hadn't even done Formula 4, had he? It was the first time, really, that it started to demonstrate that the changes that were happening in technology meant that the jump up from some of the real lower stuff to F1 with the driver aids and everything else wasn't as huge as it had been. Good news, everyone. The memorabilia room's had a clean. Monza. We love a bit of Monza. Right, performance targets. We haven't got any penalties. Qualifying position streak, we need 1 driver over 10th. So what I'm doing on our guarantees at the moment is I'm generally saying that we can... We'll aim for 2 drivers reaching Q2. And 1 driver getting over position 8, because Norris should get over that. But getting to Q3 for Magnussen isn't guaranteed. Kimi had just done Formula Renault. Yeah, I think it was. He'd done Renault, hadn't he? He hadn't done Ford. Then you have Leclerc who proved himself right. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm not going to take fastest lap, because fastest lap is just an absolute fucking potluck. We need 1 driver over 8th, that's fine. Those are set. Can you add livery mods at any time? I don't want to break my saves. Yes. So we loaded this current livery in at the end of a season. So what I kind of like to do is if there's an interesting livery mod, is almost trying to role play it and go like, we'll change the livery at the end of the season. What I'm dearly hoping is someone does us a nice proper white and red McLaren. Like, give me some retro McLaren livery. What I really, really want them to do is, in the next version of this game, is add a design your own team option. Because you know full fucking well, chat, that the moment they add a design your own team option, we are bringing back Leighton House, and we are going to win the World Championship with Leighton House. I'd like to update the liveries. My game is in 23 season. I am pretty certain. Take a backup save, stick it somewhere else. Worst case, you just have to reinstall the whole game. And then, you know, you can always fix it that way. And then just update the livery. But I'm sure I updated liveries mid-season in the last version as well. So I'm pretty certain you'll be fine. But yeah, just take a copy of your save and stash it somewhere, and then the worst thing you have to do on Steam is just restore files. Car painter would be popular. Yeah, I mean, people do a good job in Blender. But honestly, I just want build your own team. Because at the moment you can overload with new teams, and there are some that do as mods. So there is one. So one option we could do when we do the full female team is with that mod is we could bring back Sauber. There's a very nice Sauber mod. There's a very nice Renault mod. The only thing it doesn't change is the team name and announcements, which would be a bit like break it a bit, but the car would be nice, and we'd have Sauber colours and everything else. Anyway, I'm rambling. Let's do some racing, shall we? Right. Off to Italy. Don't think there's anything else we need to set. Car parts dev is underway. Like, look at the numbers on that. Look at the sidebar on that, the drag reduction from the side pods. That's how much of a hit next season regulation changes are going to be. Great to see Rick return, but Alpha didn't like Nick result, even though it was his first season. We actually, in this...
With the Italian Grand Prix.
So we actually looked at the end of our first season when we brought in K-Mag as driver 1 to be that kind of cover for Sophia. We actually looked at bringing Ricciardo back to McLaren, and he just wanted so much money. And it was like, dude, you're a reserve driver. I'm offering you a car 1 drive for 3 seasons, and you want more money than, like, you want double the money you're on as a reserve driver. There is no way on earth he would have turned down the chance to drive car 1 for McLaren. Is it worth buying F1 Manager 2023 when I still have a very underplayed 22? As I said earlier, I think there are some really nice improvements in it. The new head cam is good. It's got all the new, well, last year's rules. I think it's one to watch for being on a save. So wait until it's like 20-30% off and it happens to be near a payday, or you've got a bit of money built up and you're like, yeah, I want a new game, and then get it. Or what I would say is, if you go, you know what, I want to embark on a long campaign, I would, at that point, just buy it. If you know you're going to be playing it like we are for a long time, buy it. I should add, by the way, that when we're not streaming this, obviously I only stream this on Mondays at the moment, there is an F1 campaign chat section on my Discord chat, and in that you will find, like, I suppose, screenshots, take chat's advice on what we do in some races, all of that kind of stuff, which should pop up. We might have had the Discord thing a bit too soon, so it might not pop up again. Yeah, Motorsport Manager with Fire mod. This is getting closer to that again. I think the key thing that makes a difference, and we're about to use it for our practice sessions, is this. If you did not know that F1 setup exists, it is your best friend in the world ever. So we're going to stick Flörsch in. Remember, our restart condition on practice is if she absolutely stacks the car, because otherwise this season will go on forever. We give them an extra 2 laps. We dive over to F1 setup. And we say, F1 setup, what do you reckon for my starting for Monza? And it says, try 1, try 9, try 1.9, try 3, and try 0.9. We've got our run plan, driving options, drop that down to that. Car parts, let's get her off of her decent parts. Get back onto the damaged ones. It doesn't matter if we're using them in practice. There's no penalty for us swapping them out in a race. We're not buying her any new parts. Put that back in there. Put that back in there. 9. It was 3. It was 12, wasn't it, last race? We can afford to dump that in. One more race. Yeah, F1 setup is brilliant because it just takes so much of the annoyance out of this minigame. Damage parts in practice is very much the meta, if such a thing exists. What's the guy on the floor doing? I think he's playing air guitar. I think a key part of the McLaren garage is always having someone playing air guitar. This guy, to be fair, this guy's just come over and gone, mate, have you been on the... Dan, are you alright? Dan, are you having a fit? Guys, Dan's having a fit. Dan's been on the coke again. Dan's been on the coke again, guys. Dan, get up, man. Dan, I need you to get up. If the boss sees you, you're going to lose your job. Dan, I know you were hanging out with Villeneuve last night, but we need you to step up, mate. Right. So, provisional car setup was 1, 9, 1.9, 3, and 0.9. Run plan, give you an extra lap. It's nothing more annoying than not quite getting the car parts knowledge. Drop that down. We're on the old parts. Everyone's set up. Yes. Save, because we don't want to set that up again if Sophia stacks it. Bot is balked. Yeah, maybe it is. It's a stream element, so it shouldn't be. Alpha start is a challenge. Well, that's the nice thing is, like, what we could do if we go with our all-female drivers is we could do an alpha start, because I think the Sauber mod replaces alpha. So we could do Sauber as alpha with female drivers. Rope Trip pretending to be the bot. Yeah. Well, how do you know he is real? How do any of us know that any of us are real? Right, Sophia's in. Go to practice. Manage practice 1. Hey, look, if you think Zhao's crashed so many times, you should have seen Piastri in year 1 for us.
Okay, so that's a green light.
Like, there's a reason I got K-Mag in season 2. Piastri cost me, I think I worked it out, was it an extra 12 million in car parts? Let's get them on to avoid high-risk curbs and dry and clean air, because it will reduce parts wear, and go. Sophie, don't hit anything. Literally all I want from you. Don't hit anything. That's the thing that this game does add, which I really, really like, is it adds much more wear on your individual car parts. So you really do find that, like, you have to think carefully about hitting your cost cap in a way that you just didn't have to do in 22. Hello, Napoleon. How are you doing? Napoleon is on pigeon watch, everyone. He is guarding us. He's guarding us from pigeons. You gonna come over here and say hello? No? Gonna hide on the windowsill? Meanwhile, Piastri is running wide. Shock news in the Piastri world. Shock news from Piastri, he is running wide. I'm on duty, Dad, here. He's been fed, so he's happy. What he really wants is a snuggle. Because he's not really getting any hugs during the day at the moment, because it's too warm. So when we get to this point of the evening, it starts to cool down, and he's just had his dinner. You know. Oh, yeah. Japan trip time, isn't it? if I remember. Booted Jam replacement Mick. Not a bad choice. Not a bad choice. I think K-Mag is underrated in this game. If you can get Lando at any point, you just get Lando. Russell seems to come on quite nicely as well.
Give us a balance check.
Right, so we've got a great. Let's give it a test. Come in and have a look. Yeah, I'd say pick it up. Stream it. Gives me something to watch in the daytime then.
Is everything okay? Okay, Lando, we're checking. Lando, how's the balance? How's the balance? I'm happy. Understood.
That's a 91. That's fine. We're just going straight out with it. We are not going to dick around when it's on a 91. Because essentially the less practice we can do with K-Mag's car, the better. Because we're not buying any more parts for it. Right. Norris, how are you looking? Ah, you've only got the laptop now. Definitely pick it up to play. It's good fun. 94. Shit, yes. We won't change anything for you either. Out you go, lad. Let's give us some laps. Lightly used car, 2 drivers, weekends only. Yeah. Now the thing is, it's not always that good with F1 Manager setup calculator, but it is generally good enough that within about 2 guesses, max 3, you've pinned it in at 90 at least, which just takes out so much mini game. I don't mind it in season 1 when you're tweaking, but when you're trying to do a long campaign, it's fine if you're just doing a 1-season run. Plus, I like the personality of Mick. See, the thing is, I do that with this beautiful kitty, is like, you've got to kind of role play it slightly. It's why we tried to bring Ricardo back to McLaren. It's like, you kind of got to go, what do we do? That said, we are running on Ferrari engines, which does feel like a bit of a kind of F1 war crime to have McLarens on Ferrari engines. The auto setup puts it around mid-80s to mid-90s. Which team are we? We are McLaren. The one and only. I really should get to an F1 race at some point. Thing is, I have no desire to go to Silverstone. I've always seen F1 as one of those things that you've got to do, like, top end or not at all. Like, it is a luxury sport. So to really enjoy the day out, you want to be doing whatever the equivalent of like a 5 to 10 grand VIP-ish option is. McLaren with Ferrari engines regularly beating Ferraris. I mean, that is quite nice. Vegas, spend 15k just on the worst tickets. Yeah, there is that. There is that.
We've had a big crash here.
Was it us?
So we can have a bit of debris on track.
Sophie. Oh, hey, no, it's Sonoda. Bonk. Yeah, you did there, Yuki.
It's not going the way the team had hoped.
Honestly, De Vries and Stroll on, it was like Aston Martin's like worst life choice ever.
A guy turning into me.
Oh, fuck off.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
I think we're all right.
Now this was at turn 1, with not much room to move. And not just one car involved in that, as you can see.
Lando, that was blatantly your fault. Don't be giving me a car turned into me, Lando. That was you. Alright, Lando's starting with a penalty, so that's fun. Good news is it didn't hit the aero in any way, so we're fine. That gearbox is about to explode. Yeah, legit penalty. He's over 81 on driver prep. Yeah, he didn't hit our aero. Basically, we Schumachered him. We basically went full Schumacher on Damon Hill there. Yeah, you're not lying about the major gearbox wear. Don't worry, we're not sending you out again.
Okay, that's the checkered flag. Well done.
We need another box below don't fight teammate for also don't fight random other cars for no reason. Yep. One of the things that's been a consistent design choice for the cars in this campaign has been to reduce the durability of parts to gain some weight back. Yeah, and that's worked out pretty well for us, to be honest. So essentially we run with lighter parts, which means we can slightly overfuel at the beginning of the race. Where is he? He got a 1-2-1 and he's picked up a penalty for something. Sophia got her part stuff. I don't think we're going to send out Norris in P2. Because I think we can race on that gearbox if we don't run another practice. And then after that, it can become our practice gearbox. And we'll race on those two. So I think we send Nozza out for like a pity lap. K-Mag, that's not truly what his race prep is. He's on 91. Oh, he's on his busty parts, isn't he? He's not getting much more out of that gearbox. Tell you what, K-Mag, have 20 laps. Go have fun. Tyres, yes, mediums. Four percent gearbox where you have reverse, yep. Right, Nozza. That's fine, get in. K-Mag, don't rag your parts. How are you looking on driver prep? 70. It'd be nice if we can get him over 75. We'll see what he gets off of his 20 laps. So why 3 drivers? So we have 2 main drivers and a reserve driver. And actually at the moment our reserve driver is Sophia Flörsch, because our goal is to... She is the only female driver, a real-life female driver in the entire game at the game start date. And our goal is to develop her enough that we can win the championship with her. So when she's our reserve driver, we can put her in to do first practice. She gets skill boosts. We can decide how her skill boosts are. So, who did that? Who's getting penalties? I wasn't watching. It's not us, that's the main thing. Piastri? Well, there's a fucking shot. Major engine wear, yeah, no shit. Just get some laps in, Kevin, and don't blow up that gearbox. Nobody needs 5 gears. You've got 3. easily probably still got maybe... You've got 2 at least. You've got at least 2 gears left. You're fine. He does not have 8 gears left on this gearbox at this point. I think we can safely say his gearbox is now down to the point where he has forwards and backwards. Might not even have backwards. Yeah, he's not even bothering to use clutch anymore because it doesn't make any difference at all. I really wish there was a way, and again, maybe there is and I've just never found it, to see how many laps he's got left in his run. Oh yeah, you can see it there. He's getting to his end. Yeah, he'll make that. Yeah, you got 6% of the gearbox left. Just fucking hanging out the bottom of the car. There we go, that's K-Mag's run done. 76, yeah, we go. We made it over 75. That's good. Bottas is Bottasing. Yeah, it's absolutely always worth putting on the avoid on practice. Always put on driving clean air and avoid high risk curbs. It really reduces the wear and tear. Like, you don't want to be doing it in a race unless you, for some reason, desperately need to preserve your tyres. But absolutely worth doing in practice. It's another UX quality of life thing I'd like to see. Oh, Max, what you up to, you crazy boy? Oh, yeah, just giving him a little kiss there. Max just letting him know he's there. Yeet yourself into a penalty, Max. Part of the problem is it hides the setting. Like, again, I'd really like as a UX change that, like, I'd like to be able to have set default tactics for my drivers that just automatically apply unless I change them. Because I'm always setting those same things every practice. And it's like, just let me set it in front. Verstappen doing that is the most realistic part of the game. I would genuinely say that one of the big advantages of 23 I'm noting so far is it is a far more realistic Verstappen simulator than 22 was. Like, it reasonably well models the fact that Verstappen is going to drive into someone at least every other race and blame them for it. I take it you've not found the setting to tell drivers not to carry the box of confetti with them. No, at least we get debris now. You don't get debris in the first one. I do like that you do get visibly on-track debris now. Max is so hot-headed. Yeah, I mean, he's a very good driver. But he is very hot-headed. Right, P3, fucking penalties on that top grid. It's legitimately probably not going to matter that we've got... Because that was for causing a race incident, wasn't it? So that'd be +3. I bet you these guys are on parts. Parts penalties. And we took all of ours in our last race, when Norris went 20th to 1st. In one of the greatest F1 drives of all time. It's going to be dry all the way through, which is nice. Right, you can stay on the damaged parts for this. We're going to take you off the mediums because I want both those mediums for the race. And you can go on a set of softs. Literally just drive out and come back in again. It's absolutely all I want you to do. Frankly, it's all your gearbox is going to let you do. Try not to crash on the one lap I'm going to send you out for. Yoink, yoink.
Track should be green.
Out you go, lads. Call in. Call in. Right. I'm going to go get some wine. He says, cheesing it with a save. Yeah, well, we are taking the saves. Actually, on that one, we wouldn't have reloaded it. I'm just force of habit, because with the Sophia stuff, we are reloading it, because I don't want this campaign to last forever. Once we get her in a car, we'll be more zen about it. But for now, I just want to guarantee she's getting that extra point in each of the ones this season. Right, I'm going to go get a wine top up while everyone else is driving around the track. And chat, I will see you in a minute and a half. Okay, we're back. Did anyone hit anything? I'm guessing not, because we're still playing on speed 16.
And there's been quite a crash.
Speak of the devil. Bottas. Never take out your teammate. Never take out your teammate. That's not going to look good on your appraisal, Bottas. I do like that they reasonably do a good job of modelling the kind of the model on this with the surroundings. And at least you can see nicely where the detectors are and where the DRS section is. Monza's got interesting DRS setup because they're not back to back. I really need to get some new headphones. My Virtuosos have done well, but they are heading onto their last legs. Problem is, I really kind of want a pair of something with kitty ears. But they're all pink. You can't get a nice set in black. Right, that's our practice out of the way. Now, hands up anyone who's not starting with a grid penalty.
There's tension in the air today, so it must be time for qualifying.
As we've already seen,
Time for some Monza. Right. Kev. I think we might as well run Kev on his good parts. I mean, we don't have a choice there, but... Right, we'll run him on that gearbox, because it's probably the last that's going to be his practice gearbox. What do you do with the broken down parts? They just stay in the list and we just don't use them. So we will use this gearbox for this race, which is probably going to pop it into the yellow, at which point it becomes our practice gearbox. For Lando, we're going to go big. I'd like a Monza. Good position. For Lando, we could go on that gearbox as well, because that's going to be his practice gearbox after this. We lose 10% on a race on a gearbox. After Monza, we have 9 races left. I think. So we're going to lose 4 off of that. We run on this gearbox for this race. They're on softs. Car parts are right. Car parts are right. Do it, lads. Get out there. Come back. In your McLaren or on it. There's no rain. Start session. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's pack 1. 7. Russell. Leclerc. Ocon's out. Stroll. There we go. I think that'll do it. Especially if we can fuck up someone's fast lap at the same time. It's a P2. Oh, K-Mag, man. That's trash. You're going to need to go out again. K-Mag. He should be alright on the same tyres. He should be. I just need you to get to Q2, K-Mag, or you're going to cost me sponsor money. Oh, he's got trafficked again. Or he could get P3.
So we're happy with that lap. So just confirming boxing and back into the garage.
Righto. There's a legit chance that K-Mag could outgrid him. Right, we want 2 sets for race though, so he's going to go on freshers. And Norris is going on used. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's group 1. Can we watch Verstappen? Right, Verstappen's coming around onto race. Out you go, Norris. Out you go, Magnussen. Clear run. Mags didn't get one, but Norris did. That might be enough to get Magnussen through. That might get both our drivers through. Oh, Russell. What are you doing with your life? Don't think anyone there's going to grab it from him, but still. Or not. Sucks to be you, Ferrari. Those lovely little red marks. K-Mag's going to end up in, like, 3rd on the grid here, isn't he? Shall we give K-Mag fresh softs? This is unlikely to be a soft, medium, soft track, isn't it? We could give him fresh softs. What do you think, chap? Right, Norris is getting fresh softs. But that's it. Monza is normally a one-stopper. 23 liveries installed. I'm working on my game. Thanks for the info. No problem. Glad you got managed to get in. Yeah, let's give K-Mag some fresh softs. That's it. Is he can always switch onto that pair of used. He's not great on his tyres, but if we're in a situation where we can get second softs, then it's a good place. Good problem to have, basically. Right.
Track should be green.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's group 1. 5, 6, 7, 8. Perez. Perez coming around now. Norris. Mags. Come on, come on, come on. That's a clear one for Norris. Not quite for Magnussen, but hopefully all right. 3rd for Norris. Yeah, Magnussen got screwed there. He was unlucky. Still 10th. That's not bad. And we'll get a few more of them because of the grid penalties. So Norris should be in 7th, I think? Oh no, because they might have taken fresh parts. If they, like, just give me the hover. Like, just tell me if I hover here what the grid penalty is. We should be dropping 3. But we don't know what they're dropping.
Race day has arrived, and the time has almost come for these drivers to fight it out.
Third. So they had bigger penalties. They must have taken fresh parts. Oh, I mean, that's tough. I'm kind of tempted to 3-stop it. Sorry, 2, yeah. I'm thinking three sets of tyres, 2 stop. I know theoretically it's longer, but it'll allow us to push the tyres. That's crippling on the tyres. Lando qualified for 3rd, so he's kept his place. Effectively, he lost 5 grid positions, but I'm assuming Leclerc and Verstappen lost... He lost 3, I'm assuming they lost 5 and 2 other people kept theirs. We'll see who's on the grid. Fuck it. I think we're going to go 3 stop with Lando. And we maybe go mediums to hards for K-Mag. There's no way he manages softs to mediums. There's no way K-Mag... He overwears his tyres. Now what we might be able to do is softs to hards. We could do softs to hards instead of mediums to hards. Which allegedly saves us 2 seconds. Let's do softs to hards. Overfuel by 1. Driving options. Start by ragging your tyres a bit. And burn fuel. Go with that, I think.
All 10 teams are now getting set up as the drivers prepare to face the 53 laps of the Italian Grand Prix. Here we go. It's the Italian Grand Prix. And it's lights out and away we go.
So, Perez and Stroll in front of us. Stroll we should be able to take pretty much straight away. Aggressive. ERS. Battle assist. Stay off of aggressive, but do battle assist. And, yeah, I mean, Mags should get past those. That's a second. We might get a first here. No, the Ferrari's held us. Mags? Fuck you doing back there? I mean, it's not a bad start. Magnussen could have done better there. Verstappen's back in 12th. He'll fly. Right, Verstappen's on a 1 stop. For definite. Verstappen's going medium softs or medium hards. Probably medium softs. Because he'll have the legs in the tyres. If you were Magnussen, you would be past him. Ooh, go on, gap him. No, not quite. You're not going to gap him. Go on, K-Mag. Now, I don't mind this, because we're going to get DRS off of Perez, and Stroll's not getting it off of us. If we can open up a gap there, that's really nice. Go K-Mag. Right, get off of that, because you are massively overrunning your tyres now. And so are you. On fuel, we'll run down to minus 1.5.
But it's still back to turn 1.
Who's out?
We have debris.
Yuki! Oh! No wonder they threw the confetti round for that one.
And look at the team there. They all knew what that moment meant.
That's got to be a virtual safety car, surely. No? Righto. He made it out again. Good for him. It's a tight field. Isn't necessarily... Magnussen! Shithouse, son. Shithouse like you've never shithoused before. We should be alright, because as long as he's shithousing, he shouldn't fight Magnussen. Engage Operation Great Wall of K-Mag, yep. We got to see it live. K-Mag, no, what are you doing? K-Mag, K-Mag, no, 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 no. I literally just told you not to do that. Fucking Danes, man. That's it, K-Mag. That's the second. Oh no, he's got past him. He's got past him. Oh, that's pretty though, right? K-Mag. Fight the fucker. This is, to me, the biggest improvement in this version.
Just do what you can.
To be fair, Perez is pretty quick, because he's back in DRS range already. His tyres. He'll be fine. Who's pitting first here? Probably bring in K-Mag. Perez is going for us. So we've got him coming in on, what's that, lap 18? Oh, we're alright. Nos is down for 17. Yeah, Perez took us. That's, I mean, I'm not that surprised by that. No, it happens, Nos.
Keep pushing.
I think he's on a fresh engine.
So anything could happen.
I reckon he's on a fresh engine. Yeah, here comes Verstappen. Right, pit this lap. And absolutely push these fucking tyres.
fastest lap.
Yeah, confirm.
And you pit onto hards. I'm going to run these down to 90. There we go. Mick might get points. Maybe. So K-Mag is on these until the end of the race. Norris has got one more stop to make. Deploy, man. Go for it.
Use the overtake.
Yeah, K-Mag's flying on those hards at the moment. He'll lose position towards the race end, though. That's the downside. A neutral. Norris is sucking DRS off of Perez, though.
There's a car in the wall.
Who's in the wall?
A lot of debris, and the car's still on the left-hand side, so I would stay to the...
Iwasa!
Right, we're down at turn 5. Just flies into the
Bosh.
crash. But no matter the severity of the crash, it's always good to see the driver emerge unharmed.
This is going to massively end in tears.
So Verstappen in the pit lane now.
Now, this is going to come down to our last pit stop. We are almost at the window for it. I think we pushed tyres. Crashes look so weird. They're better in this version than they were in the last. They are getting there. I kind of get it. It's quite hard to do. Right, we're on optimal. Get yourself into the pit stop. Get out on your softs. This is the question. This is the moment we discover whether we called this right or not. We've timed it right, because this is just at the point we're starting to lose time on Leclerc. Out in 7th. We might do that, you know. I'm going to leave us on pushing on the tyres until they're on temperature. Go deploy. Ocon's gone for a spin. Just got to watch out because we might have to run lean at some point. We might get fastest lap on this race, which maybe we should take as a bonus, but that's a lot of seconds to make up, though. You're right, Napoleon. Come to say hello. I mean, they both kind of need to ease on fuel. We might need to do a bit of conserve, get him down to 3. While he's deploying. Should be fine on that. Let's get him to 2. Don't really want to do that, but we got to. There we go. That should be enough, I think. YOLO, we're just pushing the tyres. Oh, who red flagged? That is possibly the greatest crash I've seen in the game. You're right there. Sorry, was I laughing too loud for you? I wasn't laughing at you. Well. Three-lap sprint.
We're ready to get this race underway again. And it's lights out, and away we go.
Attack. Deploy. Push. Deploy. Push. Attack. What you got, Norris? Two-lap sprint, baby. Should always deploy your RS at start. I mainly do it so I don't forget to turn it on.
Stay close.
Oh, fuck you, Leclerc. Leclerc absolutely doing fucking favours. Oh, Magnussen, are you out?
Keep your heads down.
So this is what happened. Now we're approaching.
I think Kevin just took a bunch of people out.
An inviting opportunity there. The cars coming together.
Oh, okay, Kevin took a Ferrari out. That's fine.
There were a few words.
Look, if you're going to take a car out, Kev, make sure it's a Ferrari.
Have I got a power issue?
I mean, you've got a hitting a Ferrari issue there, fucking Magnussen. That's the issue you've got. Also, make sure they're actually out. Yeah, if you're gonna Schumacher, go full Schumacher. Verstappen's gonna get points on us here, but you know we weren't gonna win the championship anyway. So if Magnussen can still get points, I'll be happy. He's gonna get a 5-second penalty though, so no, because the field's not gonna spread out enough. He's weirdly gonna go from like 5th to like 14th.
One lap to go.
Maybe we get Perez, but I doubt it. There's a podium though. Slightly annoyed as I think we might have got a podium anyway. I don't think we're any worse off. I don't think we're any worse off. Oh, he's having a look. I don't think he's going to give us an opening. One more lap, maybe. One more lap and we'd have got him, I think.
Okay, that is the checkered flag.
It's a podium.
P3, P3. Great job, mate. Well done. P3. Awesome job. Yeah, good job to everyone. Great job, mate. Great job.
It's a podium.
Kevin Magnussen.
Yeah, look, called it. He ends up in 12th just because everyone was so bunched up. But this is why we only do sponsor things on one driver in the race. You can't allow for oddities. Yeah, look. Had backmarker take out Max. It's always fun when that happens. Max does like driving into backmarkers. And plus side, that saved us some money as Magnussen didn't activate his bonus clause. Alright, what are you missing? Got Singapore's 11 days. Let's prioritize car 2. So you are getting a front wing. You are getting side pods. Do we have any more front wings under construction? No. Let's build 3. First one's in 3 days, so it'll get there in time. Right, we've got plenty of underfloors, so you can have the new underfloor. One spare suspension now. How's the suspension looking on car 2? 33. We might need to build one suspension. I just don't want to overbuild parts. Sub for this 3 weeks ago, and I've worked through most of the streams since. Sadness. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. I only stream this once a week. That is the nature of it. We get good mid-season stuff on Discord. You're right there, Kitty. And you get CK3 on Sundays normally. Hello, Kitty. Oh, scritches. Kitty needs scritches. Why do we have K-Mag now? We have K-Mag because we wanted more than Piastri. Because Piastri kept costing us car parts, ironically. And because he's cover for Sophia, who is getting there in stats. Basically, as soon as K-Mag's contract's up, hopefully we can slide Sophia into a drive. She won't be great, but she should be competent. But we'll see. How we're looking on parts. 3 days, 3 days, 8 days, 15 days. Yeah, low stocks, that's fine. Timed that perfectly. Right. Let's double check our facilities. Everything here is useful. The factory is shanked, but I'm not spending money on it until the end of the season. The factory can make enough parts for what we need right now. So we'll just do repairs on it when we hit the end of the season. K-Mag's contract runs throughout the end of next season. Yes, it does, which is good. Right, car parts dev. So, we've done 3 of that. 2, 2, 2. And there'll be 3 once they're finished. So, rear wings and front wings, I think. Next. Front wing, give me 6. Give me 10, because I think it's quite important. Let's go balanced as fine. And give me 4 engineers on that, so that's 35 days. Research on rear wing. Give me 5. Give me 8. Give me 10 as well, and we'll count down from that. That's fine. Go balanced again. 33. Training schedule doesn't really matter, to be honest. I like the idea of this, but I do need to work on this. Like, it doesn't really seem to achieve much at the moment. I'm occasionally increasing my chance of mistake. Which is like, okay. Like, I can do... If I literally tell my pit crew to sit on their hands, they're going to do less damage than if I tell them to focus on fatigue training. And that just seems wrong. More sponsorship obligations. More driver media appearances obligations to occur at race weekends. I'm going to say no, because I don't know which driver they're going to do it for. If it was just guaranteed to be K-Mag, I wouldn't mind, but I'm worried it isn't. Alright, parts... Parts. We all right for underfloors? Yeah. Spotlight on Alpine. Right. Reach Q3 with 2 drivers. That's not happening. I mean, it might, but it's not guaranteed. Q2 with 2 drivers we can do. Qualifying position 1/8, yeah, that's fine. Finish position, 2 drivers in the top 8, maybe. There's no point doing that, we're not going to get fastest lap. 1 driver above 10th, we will get that. Finish position, we've got 2 more to do. Everything's fine there. Everything's fine there. How are we looking on cost cap? Yeah, see, this is the problem, is we are getting close to cost cap projections. This is why we can't afford to buy more parts. I just don't want to run out of... I'd rather focus on research. We might be hitting the point where for K-Mag's car, we start dropping down to lower level parts in store rather than buying them new ones. Because we've got 4 months left. How are we doing for time? Oh, 7:30. Yeah, we can get in at least Singapore practice. Let's see if we can get Singapore racing. It'd be nice to get Singapore racing.
Our Formula One season continues.
Rain on Saturday. It's not a sprint. Really dislike sprint races. Right. First things first. Car parts. Get onto that. ERS onto that. And I think for gearbox he stays on that one now. These are his race gearboxes now. Soph, get in the car. Car setup. Let's set our car setup. So K-Mag. There's Singapore. So we have 7 races after Singapore. Just to keep people in the loop. 8. 8.2. 275. Yeah, I know. I'm doing one more race. And then we'll go and have snuggles. Chat, I'm being aggressively told I need to go for snuggles. But because we're having fun, I am going to deny the kitty what the kitty wants. That's how much I respect you, chat. I am going to deny the kitty what the kitty wants. Where were we? But I do need you, kitty, to move your arse out of the way of my second monitor. Feel free to dramatically throw yourself down next to the keyboard at any time. 2 more laps on that. Drop that. Think she's ready to go out. Car parts. Get onto that. There you go. There you go. Be dramatic and full of woe. Because being dramatic and full of woe moves you out of the way of my second screen. Get you onto that ERS. And let's not fit that engine. This is now the engine. Practice. Learn laps. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is if he did laps, he'd be fine. He is not a lap kitty. He's tried, like, a couple of times. I think it's just he's just not sure what to do. Like, it feels like an unstable surface to him. So he's like, yeah, nope. Goes up to 1. Run plan, 2 more laps. Drop that down, drop that down. Save, in case Sophia stacks it. Confirm. No, no. Would you consider official gotcha day to him? Yeah, we kind of... He's got an adoption day. I know, it's a hard life. It's a hard life having duvets to sit on and 4 meals a day. It'd be nice if the how to mop post was on Mastodon. I'd have to dig it up. But yeah, people are crap at mopping. Mopping is a skill. Out you go, everyone. If he learns nothing, you can still get him hired on as Ferraris as race strategist. So he absolutely loves this view of the game. If I'm playing downstairs and I've got this running on the big screen, he will legitimately climb up next to the TV just so he can watch all of the cars going around like this. He gets mesmerized by it. I do need a wine refill, but I want to get the feedback in. Slightly impressed Frontier if I can bother to do the updated Singapore circuit. I mean, they do seem to put the effort in on circuits, and I do like that. So that's actually good. That's not good news for us.
It's okay. Understood.
And you got 5, so let's get you in. Right, so you are on a... So Lando is on a 2, 2, 2, 3, 3. Apparently we're going down to 15. We're going to 7, 3. 275, and we're going to try 0.9. Right, you are going to run to the end of the session now. What are we looking at, Soph? 94! That'll do, pig, that'll do. Get out there, do some laps. Right, I'm going to get a quick wine refill while we're doing the practice. That means Napoleon will jump up, because he will think that this is an opportunity to get some kind of extra dinner. And we'll be back in a second. Oh.
Other people are hitting the walls.
We'll deal with the crash first.
There is debris down the main straight.
That wasn't me, so... Right, back in a second.
I'm not quite sure what's happened there.
How are we doing, everyone? Has Sophie hit anything? For reference, the reason it's one at times one is Zoo crashed. Okay, that's fine. It's not Sophie. So yeah, so if we continue on this pace with the races, it is possible you'll get a bonus stream on Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. If I get to the point where we're end of season, because I do like to stream the end of seasons, because the end of seasons is fun, and I do want us together, you and me, chat, to discover.
And Lando, can I have an update, please?
Oh, great setup, that's good.
It's all good. It's a cool car to drive.
To see if we've succeeded in bucking the trend on if our big push on research has worked for next season, basically. I will announce that in Discord if we're going to do it. So do join the Discord. and you want the F1 campaign channel, because I'll post screenshots for the remainder of the races we do, but I'll also post in there if it looks like we're getting close to having a bonus stream on Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. I think we probably will, because we've got 7 races to go, and I tend to average about 3 races a night. So it's entirely possible, frankly, that even by Wednesday we hit it. So yeah, at this rate, it might be a bonus stream on Wednesday. Now, obviously, that then goes up on YouTube afterwards, so you're not going to miss anything, because you can always watch back on YouTube.
It's the checkered flag.
But if you want to be live and in for the research decisions and the decisions on and discovering live how our car is in comparison to everyone else, just keep an eye on the Discord on the F1 campaign channel for alerts on the likely bonus stream this week. She got a driver dev, good setup. His could be better, so we will change him up. But there is apparently going to be moderate rain. We don't know when, because the game doesn't make these things down here clickable. But Lando needs to change some car setup. He needs to go. We have feedback of great, 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 good, great. So theoretically, we drop that to 7. We up that to 6.4, 295, and 95. You can also follow me on Twitter, Blue Sky, and Mastodon, where you will generally find me as Garius in some form or other. Should we just run him on this? Okay, let's just tell him to get out and run. Max, you're not going to have that driver prep. Let's do you for 30 laps and see how we go. Let's see how you go. Good evening, Lemon Ducky. We are going okay. We had Norris went from 20th to 1st in the Dutch Grand Prix, which is pretty impressive. Do I do car prep with Norris? It was good enough already. He's already got 94, so there's no point doing it more than that when he's already on 94. Night race. Right, how are you looking on driver prep? So we are going to need to bring him in. You're on 72. If we get Norris over 75, once we get Norris over 75, we're bringing him in. Wait, he won? Yeah, no, Norris went 20th to 1st. Absolute hell of a race. Not K-Wag with Norris. Yeah, we did, look. Got that stuff there. He's already on his rubbish parts. Don't think I missed anything. 74. He's on 38, but we're going to have to bring him in to get the verdict. 75. Give me one more point. 76, please.
I need some feedback.
That's a great setup, so that's a start.
Okay, Lando, understood.
Right, let's call him in, because we might want to just do a final tweak on him. Yeah, that's an 87. We are going to do a final tweak on him. So that is a 3-3-2-1-2. It reckons the closest it can get to that is 9. 2-7-4. 270 and a 1. And that doesn't look right to me. It's close, but not right. That's got to be there. This is a great, so it just needs one more notch down. What if we did that? And went like that. No, because oversteer needs to be back over there. We might just have to go with 87. That's annoying. Maybe that's our starting point. We go on 6-4. We'll try that. If it's not better, we'll revert. You're reading in the previous values for KMag setup. So both will always start the same. They just vary when you input your data. So hopefully we get a good setup on him. You're on 78. Well, now you're on 78. We'll push you over 80. Go on, KMag. Have some fun. So no one's going out for P3, so... Right, we want 81 and then we'll call him in. I do really like the idea. I can't remember who said it earlier, though, is we do need to... It would be nice to have some kind of track knowledge retention stats across seasons. Sneeze. Essentially, whatever this gets. And we'll pick the higher. He's getting track practice, which should compensate.
How's the balance? How's balance?
Yeah, he says great, so that's
I'm happy.
potentially decent.
Yep, okay, understood.
Yeah, so I think we do kind of need to think forward to what we do for our next campaign on this. I'm not saying we're going to get there anytime soon, because I think we're still at least 3 seasons off Sophia winning the, having a chance at winning the World Drivers' Championship. We do want to start thinking about which team we do our full female team with. think we might try and go for a Chadwick Bustamante combo for that. Just avoid Sophia because we've already done Sophia in vanilla. Don't know. And maybe we do an all old school names run at some point. Where only allowed drivers from staunch racing families. Oh, there you go. We nailed it. 95. That'll do. Perfect. P3's Rain. We're going to go out on softs because I'd like to keep 2 sets of mediums. Gives us a bit of flexibility over the other teams. There you go, lads. Have fun. Come back in. Yeah, I would absolutely love in the next years if they add a design your own team option. Ideally with a car customizer. Because, yeah, we'd absolutely do Leighton House. Maybe bring back Lotus. Oh, chat, we could do Lola. We could do Lola Racing. Go for some arrows. Get some arrows back in the game. My Motorsport Manager squad is Lola. Lola is great. I mean, obviously they had their traumatically terrible F1 season, but again, showing my age there. But Leighton House will always be my love of my life in F1 team terms. I'm not just saying that as someone who lives in Leighton and is a Leighton Orient fan. Because obviously they were a Japanese property developer, which is where the name comes from. But still, we would absolutely do a Leighton House run. But Lotus would be really fun. Even a Toyota run would be fun. I'll make several hundred on the march puns if you do a Leighton House. Yeah, well, you got to do it. So there you go. Okay, there you go, chat. Quick survey. Where, if you have one, what is your the F1 team that you most affectionately remember? Doesn't necessarily have to be the one you support, but the team that you kind of, when you hear the name, you're like, oh, yeah, them. Leighton House, the team that fired Adrian Newey. Exactly. Adrian Newey's book is utterly fantastic, by the way. If anyone on chat does not own Adrian Newey's book, you should buy Adrian Newey's book. I mean, to be fair, even Newey admits that the reason that Leighton House fired him was essentially... So the story behind all of that is quite interesting. Because essentially, the Leighton House car was not performing well. And Newey obviously is a legendary designer, but he was just starting out in his career at that point. And he got a lot of flack for it, but I eventually worked out it was because they were using the University of Southampton wind tunnel for testing, and there was a previously undiagnosed dip in the floor, in the conveyor, on the University of Southampton wind tunnel. And it was only when they eventually realised that they needed to cross-check the car and the chassis design and the aero in a different wind tunnel that they realised that that was why. It was that all the results were wrong. So they then corrected it, and the Leighton House staff were like not really counting that against Newey too much, but they had a massive financial issues about to kick off. I think the owner eventually ended up in prison in Japan for financial fraud, and he basically brought in an accountant to run the firm, and the last person you want to run an F1 team is an accountant. So, yeah, it didn't end well. And so Newey left, and where did he go from that? Was it Williams? Was that when he went on to his Williams career with amazing Williams stuff? My mate was a junior aerodynamicist at McLaren. I gave him a copy of Newey's book for Christmas. Nice. Good shout. How to build a car. Yeah, that's the one. That's what it's called. Isn't massive financial problems what the F stands for? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, because Newey went Williams, and then McLaren poached him from Williams in that after the season where McLaren won the title with... Wasn't the Hill season, it was... No, it was the one where Schumacher attempted to take out... What's his face? French-Canadian driver. His name is just immediately gone from my head, even though I mentioned Villeneuve. That's it. It was the season where Schumacher, there was 1 point between them on the final race. Schumacher was ahead, and he tried to Damon Hill Villeneuve and failed. And that was also the year that Williams lost Newey, or the end of that year was when they lost Newey to McLaren. Yeah, Jacques Villeneuve, that's it. There's an amazing story about that, which is Heinz-Harald Frentzen was the second Williams driver, and he was behind Villeneuve and saw Schumacher try and take Villeneuve out and fail. And it was technically Heinz-Harald Frentzen's in-lap. He was meant to be coming into the pits. And Johnny Williams tells this story about like how basically like they're on the radio saying, Heinz, in now. In now. Heinz, in now. And Frentzen is just all over the radio going, Schumacher's hit him. Schumacher's hit him. He's speeding up. I think Villeneuve's all right. No, he's speeding. He's slowing down. And they're like, Heinz, in lap. Heinz, in lap. And Frentzen almost misses the pit lane. He almost misses coming in for the pit because he's so angry and hyped about what he's just seen happen to his teammate that he actually enters the wrong pit. He sees a blue arrow pointing like left, panics, realizes, thinks that must be his pit lane. It's actually the Benetton pit lane. They've got the arrow out for Berger. So Frentzen plows into and through the Benetton pit lane where they're all configured up to take in Berger, drags half their fucking tyre guns with him, goes straight through the Ferrari pit and into the Williams pit, pits and goes out again. And Johnny Williams says they've got all of this going on the radio at the same time of like, they've seen Schumacher try and take Villeneuve out. So Schumacher's tried to take Villeneuve out. Frentzen's clearly angry. They don't know why Frentzen's done this. They genuinely assume that Frentzen has just tried to pick a fight with Ferrari by basically driving through and ruining the shit out of their pit lane. And luckily, they then discover it's Benetton that's happened to. The incredible thing is after that, because obviously Villeneuve's out there, but he's limping. So they know he can do the distance, but he's starting to limp. Ron Dennis, who's the McLaren boss, turns up at the door of the McLaren garage, the back door of the McLaren back garage, goes to Frank Williams and says, we will make sure you get in the points on this because McLaren is still out there, but you do have to let us past you. Like, don't challenge us, but we want you to win this. We will help you get this. So they end up doing a bit of a backdoor deal to make sure Villeneuve gets over the line. Everyone forgets that Williams and McLaren were pulled in front of the FIA, as well as Schumacher, and potentially charged with race fixing. But Ron Dennis and Frank Williams blagged it out and said, oh no, we didn't officially change positions. We just decided not to contest each other. They absolutely did collude. It's a hell of a race, that one. If you get a chance to go back and watch it, just go back and watch it. It's incredible. It's always entertaining when this thing happens. Hamilton entering the McLaren pit the year after he left for Mercedes. It's funny. Yeah, that was a proper, like, you're doing your old commute to work. Right, we're going to run him on this engine because we're running out of time. We'll get one more practice out of that, or one more set of practices. We're going to run them on the new engine because it's just hard to overtake on Singapore. But yeah, some of the stories around that season and that race are incredible. But that was the year they lost Newey to McLaren. Is this in that podcast you recommended, Bring Back V10s? Yes. Yes, that is where Johnny Williams tells the story. I think it's season 2 of Bring Back V10s. Yeah, if you like that era of F1, of like everything up to about 2004, listen to the Bring Back V10s podcast. It's brilliant. And they get really good people on there to talk. We'll get another race out of that as well. So I think we will go for this end. We'll give them a good engine. And I'll give them the good gearbox because it's Norris. I think we can get a high position out of this race. So we'll go all good kit. Awesome. I started listening last week. Do you see what I mean? It's a really good podcast. If you like classic F1, and they really dig into the history and they're really knowledgeable. So I just love it. 76, 76, 88. He's on his good bit. Setup's fine. Yeah, I think we go with that. So yeah, Bring Back V10 podcasts on all of your favourite podcast platforms. Cannot recommend it highly enough if you like F1. Right, it's a 65% chance of rain. Can we get out and get a lap in before then? Yes. Go, go.
Okay, so that's a green light.
We got out in front of everyone as well. So we get the clean lap. Yeah, that's us through. Just need the rain to start. There we go, we're through. But there's so much that goes on in that race. Wasn't Japan, was it? Where was it? It's the last race of the season. Jerez, that's it. Yeah, it was. You're absolutely right. It was Jerez. Jerez 97. This is all stuff I am absolutely happy for everyone to talk about in that F1 campaign Discord channel, by the way. I would dearly love it if we could get some proper F1 chat going on the Discord. So even if you're not someone who like generally does Discord, do join, because it would be great to have some stuff. 3 laps exact time in qualifying, insane. Yes, it was. But it was even more insane than that, because technically Hill would have taken the pole if he hadn't fucked up the last corner, because he lost 0.3 seconds on it. Because he got the better Bridgestone tyre mix. If you like bread that doesn't come out of a bag pre-cut, Jono knife is awesome. Ooh, interesting. Hill's version of that is had to live because of traffic. Yeah. I always find it just fascinating. I've always loved F1 and all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, Hill had a massive renaissance in 97 because the pressure was off of him. And I think he admits that. So that's got us through to Q2, so that's fine. I think we put both cars out on... Who was it that set a fastest qualifying lap under yellows in Monaco by taking a hand off the wheel to... Oh, I can't remember. But you're right, someone did that. But that's like the race that Nigel Mansell loses, even though he denies it, because he takes his hands off the wheel to wave to the crowd on the last corner and accidentally downshifts and shifts the car into neutral, which means it stops right on the last corner. Is it a Lacey who passes him and wins the race? That's it, Mansell at Canada, which he still vehemently denies is what he did. But everyone who maintained that car is like, no, we've got the data. You fucking hit the paddle when you moved your hand off the thing and you shifted it into neutral. Murray Walker's commentary on it is incredible. Arrow's not getting their first only win because of a washer still bugs me. Yeah. There's a really good episode of Bring Back V10s on that. Really good episode. Frank Williams must have been like, you prick. He allegedly was very annoyed about it. Right, I think we're going to try running them both on... because we might be onto double softs on this as a race. Lucas Bedoya losing 4 because of Minardi gearbox. Well, that's back to the Jerez race with Villeneuve. The damage they didn't realise he had was essentially, I think it's his entire battery had fallen out of the car. That was the thing that was dislodged by Schumacher kamikazing his side pods. But they just had no way of diagnosing it, and they didn't know. But they discovered after the race that the only reason it didn't detach entirely was it was entirely held on by the electronics connectors. So it was only because the electronics connectors were tight that the battery didn't literally drop out the bottom of the car at like fucking 190 kph. Can't remember if I saved or not. But yeah, I mean, like, I want to carry on doing these as our Monday streams because I love a bit of F1 and a bit of manager, and it's rare I get to indulge. But it is useful if you know other people who are interested in this kind of level of chat and just like watching a bit of Zen F1 manager type stuff. Do spread the word. Like, not even necessarily to people who like watching streams, just hopefully it feels like a bit of a place that people can just watch. Right, how are we looking on this? We've got rain chance again. Yeah, we go out now. Go. Structural battery cables, pretty much. I almost wish Villeneuve had retired because deciding it would have been my 97 chat. No, even Max would have given it to Villeneuve at that point. They'd have had to. Magnussen's not going to get through on that, I don't think. It's worth a try, though.
Circle the car box spots.
Water's not going to come out quick enough for him. No, he's out. Yeah, range starting, he's out.
Expected. It should be steady and light.
That's fine. It was worth a go.
Yep, confirm.
It was worth a try. And we've got one car through, that's fine. The problem with Schumacher was he is, without a doubt, the third greatest F1 driver of all time. Certainly of the modern era. But his instincts that made him such a good driver also just made him a massive fucking bellend who, in an absolute pinch, would fuck over another driver to win a title. Which is, that level of aggression, that instinctive aggression is what made him such an incredible driver. But I do think he changed F1 for the worse. Because it was with Schumacher that suddenly you lost an element of that giving way of all of that. He almost killed Barrichello twice. So the thing he did to Barrichello in, I know the race you're thinking of, he'd also done to Barrichello in Formula 3. Yeah, the concrete wall. He basically almost did it to Barrichello in Formula 3. And that's why they had their massive confrontation after it. Because Barrichello basically goes up to him in the paddock afterwards and is like, you almost fucking killed me with that once. And you've just done it again. And that means it's not accidental. Accidental is once. Accidental is not twice. It cost him the Formula 3 championship by him doing it to him in Formula 3. Seemed like a guy just had the rest miss come down. Yeah, that's exactly it. But also would refuse to admit he was wrong. Like, basically, after that, after he took Villeneuve out, are we on fresh? We're on fresh, aren't we? He stormed back into the Ferrari paddock and demanded to know why they weren't demanding penalties off of Villeneuve. And everyone in that fucking pit was like, you need to watch this back, Michael. And even after he'd watched it back, I forget who it is, one of the guys who's there says, Schumacher goes white, but still will not admit that he did it, that he was at fault.
Track should be
Right, so we want... Everyone's out. I'm going to assume there's rain. We've kind of fucked that. We'll get a bit of a run, though. We should be alright. Let's give him a bit of room. Because it's a bit of run room, we should be alright. Yeah, we're fine. God only knows what would have happened if the Senna lived and they'd been able to compete in equal cars. Well, your massive what if on that is both of them might well have ended up driving for McLaren. And Jesus Christ, would that turned into a literal sword fight. Fourth, we'll take fourth. Might drop to fifth. No, the damp's out now, we're fine. We'll get fourth. I forgot twice to turn off the light in the kitchen last week. Both were accidental. Yeah, but you didn't do it at 200 miles an hour in a Formula 1 car. Schumacher and Senna at McLaren, Ron Dennis really didn't like A Quiet Life. No, Ron Dennis did not like A Quiet Life. You know about the deal that, obviously the season that Hill goes to race for Arrows, Ron Dennis rings him up before that season and says, we'll offer you a drive at McLaren. Obviously, Hill is world champion at that point with Williams, and he's now carless. So Hill's like, yeah, okay, well, let's chat. And Ron Dennis, like, just basically turns around to him and goes, I think you're a bit past it. I'm not going to pay you a wage, but for every race you win, I'll give you £1 million. Damon Hill's like, I am the literal world champion. Does that not count for anything? And Ron's like, nope, absolutely doesn't. We've got a good car. I think you'll do better under pressure. £1 million for a win. Right. Let's do this, chat. Oh, he'd have picked up like 6-7 wins. But it was just such an insulting offer to make. That's why I think if someone releases an Arrows skin for this, or they do a car designer in the next version, we are doing an Arrows season. We'll have to think about how we do it and what kind of goals we set ourselves. But I do think we do an Arrows World Championship run. That McLaren from 97 to 2002-ish was rocket. It's almost like if you've got Adrian Newey designing your car, it's a good idea. It's the only reason Red Bull are where they are. Right, cloudy, so we're not going to have to deal with rain in the race. Soft mediums. I think we can do that. And if there's a safety, we switch to soft medium. Question is black arrows, orange arrows, or white blue arrows? Ooh, well, we do it multiple seasons, so if we can find somebody who designed the skins for it, we do all three. But I think black arrows. Arrows will always be a black car team to me. I'm not convinced Magnussen. No, I mean, should we trust in K-Mag for once and see if he can do this? I think there's going to be a safety car anyway. Realistically, we're going to put 2 sets of fuel in, because do remember that we run slightly lighter than everyone else based on parts anyway. We're not going to push his tyres or his pace at start. We will push Norris for 2 laps, because he's just better on tyres. Yeah, Nui's influence really kicks in from 98. Coulthard was never happy with that partnership either, because even though, I mean, well, back to that Gero's race is Häkkönen's first win, and that's because Ron Dennis instructs Coulthard to let him past. And doesn't he do the same thing in Australia in the opening race next year? God, I'm digging up my old school F1 memory here.
We're just moments away from the Singapore Grand Prix. It's lights out and away we go.
Look, you don't get this level of knowledge from your young streamers, I'll tell you that much. These young whippersnappers weren't even born in 97. So Norris on high overtakes. Deploy, battle assist. Upside down Martin Brundle, yeah. So hopefully, I think our goal here is Norris on podium and Magnussen in points. I think if we can get that, we're happy. No, don't lose it, don't lose it. Hold it. You've got the curve. No, you've lost it. That was Leclerc's fault, that was. Oh, Stroll's got a new engine. He's motoring. Yeah, this is the point where we start to fall back, which is fine. We kind of anticipated that. We knew that was going to happen at some point because we've just not been able to dev the car because we are massively focused on next season. So I'm not that worried about it. It's just mildly annoying. Drop to standard. Okay, we are definitely entering just getting points mode now. So much traffic. Yeah, I mean, there's that too. What we need to think about is doing this with our how this affects is this affects what we put in for sponsor bonuses. So we need to be doing sponsor bonuses that are mostly about one car being in the top 10 now. Oh, is Leclerc out?
There's been a crash.
Who did what? Oh, lads. Oh! Nobody likes to see that. Oh, they're both completely out. Nobody likes to see that, apart from us, who likes to see all of that. Right, harvest.
Lots of debris where it was. Everyone alright? Yes, everyone is okay.
Nobody except 16 people, exactly. I mean, Verstappen's going to run away with this, but fuck him. We'll get him next season. If we get the car right, if we've done the right choice in just really hammering dev, I think we might have a shot at getting Lando's title next season. If not, I think we will get it the season after.
Virtual safety car, right? Confirm.
Deploy. Neutral. Yeah, well spotted, chat, thanks. We needed to set that off of harvest. I would quite like to do a season of Aston Martin in the game. I have a soft spot for Aston Martin as a team. I think it's just the racing green. You kind of have to love the racing green. Yeah, we're falling back on Verstappen. The Red Bulls are just too good. We have managed to get some improvements in on the wind tunnel and a few other things this season, so that will help. Right, Lando's in pit windows, so I think we're going to push the tyres.
Clear air would be so much faster.
Yeah, don't sweat it.
True, you'd be stuck with Stroll as one of the drivers. We would probably legitimately spend the money to ditch Stroll, even though he's
Yeah, I'll get
guaranteed to be on some kind of 5-year fucking contract. Kev could wear his tyres, he'd be alright. This is one of the problems we're going to have with Sophia when she gets into the car, by the way, and maybe we need to push on it. It's just getting her tyre usage up, because that would actually give her a bit of a differential. Aston is Jordan. Yeah, who loves a bit of... You got to love a bit of Eddie Jordan. Man was an absolute wheeler dealer. If we podium in this, I'd be pretty happy. We've got enough gap that we can bring them both in on the same lap. Mediums, isn't it? Mediums. Jordan became Red Bull. I thought Red Bull was Sauber. I might be wrong there. Mediums as well. Jaguar became Red Bull. I'd like to get Jaguar back as well. One of the things I liked about Motorsport Manager was you could take Jaguar right up from being F3 to being F1. And that was fun. Like, if we're doing proper fantasy elements, I'd love to be able to take a team from F3 up to F1 in this. That would be amazing. I don't think they'll ever do it, but that would be amazing. Verstappen pitches the same time as Norris. Yeah, but he'll do all right. I don't think we are not catching Verstappen in the championship. Unless Verstappen does something incredibly stupid in multiple races, we're not catching him. But I do think we can probably get
Sergeant in the wall. Just make sure you have a good look around.
Sergeant is in the wall. Sergeant in the wall is a thing that they have clearly decided they need to vocally put into this game because it happens more often than you'd think. I think we might be seeing a late season burst by the Aston Martins, but in a way that's a good sign because if they've been pushing design on the car, they won't have been doing as much dev for next year. At 29, we're not going to be able to run that much into the red. Halfway through our mids. Maybe go down to about 0.8. Be nice to pass Stroll before we do. Because we'll run fast on the softs. So basically running down on the mediums is definitely the better option. Now, if they can DRS each other for a while, it's not bad for us. This is a tough track to overtake on. Yeah, I mean, Verstappen's just pulling away. That car is a monster. I do think we can catch them in dev terms. Just probably not for a couple of seasons. What happened there? Did he lock up? Something went wrong there. Early pit stop, maybe. Maybe just decided to come in. Question is, will we catch him? I think we will. I think we will. That Aston Martin's definitely quicker than it was. Because De Vries is catching as well. I think they have pushed the car this season.
So the stops are starting to happen now.
Which I'm not convinced was a good idea for them.
We've got a yellow flag here.
Who's out? Oh, nobody cares. Shall. Bosh! Boink! We will harvest though. That's annoying because it cuts down on our time to catch up. That might cost a second.
So VSC.
Batch safety car ending. We want you to be on deploy, push, push, deploy. Give over.
Virtual safety car deployed. Drive to the Delta.
Confirm.
Virtual safety car ending.
Can you just not?
Yep.
There's a yellow flag now.
DRS enabled.
Now with the Haas. And ends up in the wall. That will have knocked their
Bonk.
confidence, I'm sure.
No, I think that was still the delayed radio message from the ending of the last virtual safety car. Is anyone going to finish? I mean, I wouldn't mind if it was more people higher up the order crashing. I think this has cost us our time to catch second.
Just drifting everywhere now.
I mean, maybe. I don't see it. We are over tyres, but we were going to be round low on that, so I don't want to push it, because we think we're better off just not. Deploy, yeah, that's fine.
VSC ending.
Confirm.
Oh, we're eating into it. We might catch him. We might catch him, you know. I think we're going to catch him. They do need a mod for comedy sound effects on crashes, yes. J. Porter Connedy, thank you very much for the follow. And you, Paul BM. And Waverns, I thank you. I think I thanked you. But yeah, no, again, exclamation mark Discord. Get on the Discord. Get into the F1 campaign channel, because we will be doing some of these races off stream. And I post screenshots in there, give updates of what's happening. So get on the
That is the fastest lap.
get on the Discord. See if we're going to close him enough. No, he's pushing. We might. We're going to. Let's go neutral. I reckon on tyres. Yeah, K-Mag's done well, actually. That's well spotted. He's basically a quiet trooper, is our K-Mag. I think we're going to catch him and take him. You got him, you got him, you got him. You got him. Nice. Don't let him alongside. Fuck it. Push. See if we can hold Stroll off. Yeah, it's not a good track for passing.
100% pace, please.
K-Mag's going to finish 5th, which is fine. If we get a second here with Aston Martin pushing their car, I'm pretty happy. But yeah, there definitely will be, I think, an end-of-season bonus stream this week, at some point during this week. So do jump on the F1 campaign channel on Discord, or follow me on Twitter as @Garius. Mastodon as @Garius at mastodon.me.uk.
5 laps to go.
And or Blue Sky as @Garius to just be alerted or be on the Discord for it. Science may have K-Mag. He might do. To be honest, either 5th or 6th for K-Mag is good. K-Mag is defending like mad. We could switch and watch him for the last 3 laps. Because we've just done Stroll out of DRS range.
No need to push the tyres.
This is the ongoing final battle. No, Stroll's well out of DRS now. He's not catching back up. He was only holding us because of DRS.
4 laps to go.
Come on, K-Mag, you can do it. Basically, Norris has got second locked up. This is the real battle. Oh, we should probably tell him to defend everything, shouldn't we? Come on, K-Mag, you can do it. .48. I really don't want to push those tyres.
Tyres look good. Use the overtake.
Bit of that on the DRS. Don't let him past. Yes, you got him. Deploy. Neutral. DRS marker's there.
Three laps to go.
Come on, K-Mag, you can do this. It's only a Merc, K-Mag. You're not going to be taking any shit from a Merc. Oh, I might lose him here. Don't show him the inside. Nice. No, K-Mag. Oh, you star. Oh, it's going to be close. No, no, he's got him. YOLO.
Okay, let's go for it.
YOLO. I don't think he'll get it back, but... Somebody played too much PDX games and Merc reads as Mercury, yeah. I mean, we might as well, let's be honest. It's final laps. Burn the tyres, K-Mag.
Just push.
Copy.
I'm not going to set him to deploy because he'll use ERS Battle Assist and that's more useful. One more DRS burst, K-Mag, you can get this. You got him, you got him, you got him, you got him, you got him! Oh, yes, you got him! Now you just got to hold it.
Now we can see what happened. And if we watch Magnussen, it's certainly inviting.
That was very nicely done.
And fifth place after that.
Now you got to hold it, K-Mag. Come on, K-Mag. You got the fuel. Oh, so close. You held him there. Good shout. This is where he's going to get him if he gets him anywhere. Going to be on the next DRS run.
This will be the last lap.
It's half tempted to let him pass on this. We took the corner better. That's good. .38 on the tyres now, though. If Sainz takes K-Mag on this DRS, we can get it back. If he takes him on the next one, we can't. So I think this is probably the decisive moment. Basically, if he passes him here, I don't think we can take it back. Oh, hold him, hold him, hold him. No.
Let's get after it.
Fight him off, fight him off, fight him off. Oh, we held him. We got him.
Verstappen over the finish line and today's winner.
I think we got him.
That is the checkered flag, so we are boxers lap.
That's a proper battle. One more DRS burst to go. I think we've got him though.
So we are low on battery at the moment.
I think we've got him. Oh, it's so close. Yeah, get those elbows out. Top work, K-Mag.
So we've got P5. Well done this weekend, mate.
Absolute top work.
Come out of it.
Nice job. Very happy.
That's a hell of a drive from Kevin Magnussen in those last 3 laps. Yeah, round of applause, chat, for Kevin Magnussen.
What a remarkable drive by Lando Norris today.
Well, I'd say K-Mag did better. Hey, cheers for Kevin. Yeah, Verstappen's going to win this now, but it's fine. We didn't expect to. Double bonuses, but we don't mind. Requires response. Financial changes. Lower cost cap. No. Suspension research complete. 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. Right, how long we got left? 49 days. We're going to get at least 3 more projects in, plus probably 2 off of this one. So that's 5 projects left to come in this period. So 48 divided by 5 is just under 10, I think. $9.6, yeah. So if we go on side pods, is good to have. So we're going to go 9. We're going to go 10 on that. 4 divided by 5 is 8, I think. Who knew this is what my fucking primary school maths would be used for? So you get a 0.8. I think that's good. Maybe we go with a bit of a drag reduction extras. Which brings us to Japan. Q3 one driver, yes. Qualified position with one driver 8th, yes. Finish position is fine. Finish position streak, qualifying position, that's all good. Right.